Good morning. We will call our special council. We will call our special council meeting to order when Joel is done eeny, meeny, miny, mowing. All right, at 9:01, Christina, could you please read our roll call?
Yes, so Mayor Aaron Sitterly.
Here.
Council members Rick Forschler. Oops, sorry, Deputy Mayor Clyde Hill.
Here.
Council members Joel Wachtel.
Here.
Peter Kwan.
Here.
And Pam Fernald.
Present. All right, Christina, could you please review our process today and also talk to us about our binder and the questions?
Yes. So in front of you, you have a binder. No one has seen them before this morning. The first page clearly is the agenda with the times. The ground rules that were read at the October 5th budget workshop are also included. And with every agenda in the back of the room, I provided those ground rules also. There is in your binder a yellow paper dividing each applicant. There is behind that yellow piece for each applicant is a set of questions and then their application. So all of those are in there. We've had 2 candidates withdraw since the times were drawn. To fill in those blanks, if the next applicant is here and ready, we will start them early. That was stated on the agenda, so we have no issue there. Each candidate was asked to be here at least 15 minutes prior to their time, so in most cases they should be here and ready to go. Then breaks will just be a little bit longer to fill in those gaps. So the questions are actually, they're not in position order, they're in the order I received the questions. The number 1 question for each council member was used. One question was a little bit long, so we just had to ask that it be reduced a little bit. There's 20 minutes total time for each candidate. 15 minutes should be dedicated to those 6 questions, and then 5 minutes for follow-up. I have placed the timer in front, down here at the table, and when you see a yellow light, that means we have hit the 15 minutes and there are 5 minutes left for follow-up. The follow-up questions need to actually pertain to the questions that were asked. I know before we had wanted to ask additional questions, but out of fairness, we can't do that. We need to keep them. Some people are going to go shorter, some people are going to go longer, and if we start asking different questions, that just is not fair. And just as a reminder that no questions should be provided by anyone inside the chambers at any time to anyone not inside the chambers. So, are there any questions?
I have one for Joe.
Microphone, please.
I have one for Joe. Can you shut the heat off now before we become baked potatoes?
Yeah, I'll make an adjustment.
Thank you. It's going to be.
I'll entertain a motion to approve a change in the thermostat. Never mind. Okay, so with that,
okay, so we are good. So we just need to bring in the first candidate.
ready to roll. Okay, anybody else have anything? No. Okay, let's go. Thank you, Christina.
Yes.
Good morning again.
Good morning.
Buenos dias.
Buenos dias. How are you?
Fine.
Good. So today we actually get to have a discussion rather than just you. We get to ask you questions, and you get to answer them back instead of just giving us comments. So that's nice to see. So we have 6 questions for you, and then each one of us will have a question, and then we will have a little wrap-up, and you'll be off to enjoy the sunny day if it ever appears. So, Councilmember Fernald is first.
Good morning.
Good morning.
May I call you Deborah?
Yes, or Debbie. I also go by Debbie.
Debbie.
So
Okay.
I'm
Sister
comfortable with
Debbie.
either.
Okay. Well, good morning.
Good morning.
So, the question here is, please tell us why you submitted your application for the current opening on the SeaTac City Council.
Well, I submitted the application for for the City Council because I believe at this time of my life that I have a lot to offer to the City of SeaTac. My diversity, I'm a Hispanic woman, and there's a lot of diversity in our city now. And I think I can reach out to that diversity of residents in our community. I have lived here for 25 years in the city of SeaTac. I've raised 4 children, and now that they're gone on their own, and I have time and dedication to dedicate to city of SeaTac, to my community.
Thank you.
Thank you. I get to go next. So I have kind of a long question. I'm sorry. And so if you need me to repeat any of it, I don't usually ask the longest ones. So my question is this. So regardless of the reasons that you've chosen to, participate in public service as a council member, our task is to lead a city of 29,000 diverse individuals from many, many different backgrounds. And additionally, we craft and approve policy that supports and grows an enormous economy. So how is your plan, or how do you plan to be an effective leader to the entire city's residents and businesses?
Could you repeat the question again?
Yes, I absolutely will. So regardless of the reasons that anybody would seek out public service as a council member, our task up here is to lead a city of 29,000 diverse individuals from many, many different backgrounds. And additionally, we craft and approve policy that supports and grows an enormous economy. So how do you plan to be an effective leader to the entire 29,000 people who make SeaTac home and also our businesses?
I think reaching out to my community one-on-one with the businesses and residents. I was once, when my children were little, I was once involved with the Shell Little League, and we were business agents. And I did a lot of foot walking within my community to ask for sponsors. So I know how to do that, to go out to my community and talk to them. I talked to the businesses in our city. I reached out to them for sponsorship. So I know that's important, one-on-one communications with our city, with our businesses and residents.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is
Good morning.
Councilmember Wachtel.
Good morning.
My question is a little shorter.
Thank you.
Please describe how you have been an active part of the city, including council meetings and citizen advisory committee meetings.
Well, I haven't served on any city council committees because I have been involved in my community in other ways. I have done after-school programs in my community. I have worked together with the Highline School District. I've done safety routes to school, which I have sat in lots of meetings. So I haven't been able to be on any of the committees with SeaTac, but I am interested in being involved in the future in some of the committees.
Have you come to any city council meetings?
Yes, I have come to city council meetings.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor, you're up.
Thank you. Good morning again.
Good morning.
Okay, so here you go. If you received a $1 million grant to use for the city any way you wanted, what would you do with it and why?
Well, first of all, I would see where the needs are in our city to use that money. If it's for our residents or our businesses or are homeless? What area do we really need this money to go to? And, or if the city can use it in some way where we can make money off of money, right? So that's what I would do with the $1 million. I hope I would win.
That was hypothetical. I mean,
Councilmember Forschler?
Thank you. Seems like we have a lot of questions related to money here. So everything Ctac needs to accomplish depends on the city's economic health. What do you see as the best 2 or 3 opportunities for economic development in Ctac?
Economic help. I think the airport can help us out economically, right? I believe, I don't think we should raise taxes if that's what one of the economic help we're looking into, raising taxes for our businesses or our residents. I think we pay enough taxes already. So I think I would have to look into that area more to see where the help we can get, who we can go to, and where we can get that economical help from.
Councilmember Kwan?
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
So I'm looking for specific examples. Can you provide some examples of how you have worked with the community and or with the city in cooperative ways to make Ctac better?
Can you repeat the question again? I'm sorry.
Yes. So can you provide some examples of how you have worked with the community or with the city in cooperative ways to make Ctac better?
Well, when my children were little, I was involved again in the Shell Little League, and like I had mentioned before, I went out and worked with the youth, tried to get them involved in baseball programs, football programs, cheerleading, the girls in cheerleading. So I was involved in that way. I'm also involved in our community with Madrona Elementary. I try to get the youth, the young children involved in musical programs that we have out there. It's called a Disney musical program. So we try to get the children involved in that. And that's our community, right? So we try to have some after-school programs. We had soccer, a program out at Madrona Elementary School, and talking to the parents and trying to get them their kids involved in those programs. So I kind of reach out to the community in that way.
Thanks. Thank you. Thanks.
Okay, so there's your 6 questions. You've survived.
Survived, I think.
With a smile, which is nice. So now you have some time to give us a little bit more about yourself. Would you like to make more of an introduction about yourself, or tell us some other things you'd like us to hear about why you're interested in this position?
Well, I have lived here in SeaTac, like I've mentioned before, for 25 years. I love my city. I love the diversity that it's come to. I think I have a lot to offer, being that I am a Hispanic woman and that I am a bilingual and translator. So I think there is a need for that to represent, the city. I can represent that to my community. I also, I love the parks here. I think we have a great community here. We have a lot to offer. And I would like, I don't think my community knows, my Hispanic knows about the parks and everything what is available for them, what the resources we have. So that's what I want to bring to the city of SeaTac, represent the diversity I want to see our city safe too for our elderly and our disabled people, people that their needs. You know, I may not know a lot of the government knowledge, the language, but I'm in my experience, I learn and I want to learn. So I think I'm capable to learn, and that's my my passion.
Well, I can tell you this. We all started out somewhere, and I still don't know all the language and the lingo, so I feel if I could sit up here another 30 years, I'm pretty sure I wouldn't know at all. So, council members, any other questions for Debbie? Peter?
I had a follow-up question. So, over the last 2 years or so, there have been a lot of changes in Ctac. So what do you believe are some of the positive changes that the current city council made in Ctac over the last 2 years?
I think putting in the sidewalks in our city is great. I've seen the changes. I've seen the roads coming much better. The transportation is great. I think the city working with the light rail, that was awesome. The parks that we have cleaned up also is a great thing, because it's for our youth. So there's a lot of good changes that the city has made.
Great, thanks.
Okay, so before we ask any more questions, I'll just remind us that clarifying questions only to our questions, not new questions, although thank you for that, because our sidewalks are awesome.
Thank you.
Yes.
I have a question for the mayor and deputy mayor and city council. Is that okay if I can ask?
Absolutely.
So what do you hope what is your hope for this community, and what are you looking for in this council position?
Okay. Who wants to go first? Pam?
No, go ahead.
Oh, now don't argue down there. Somebody go. Pam, go.
Well, so I think, for me, I'm looking for someone who sounds a lot like you. Somebody who would be easy to work with, fun to work with, who's invested in the community, which it sounds like you really are, who's had a lot of experience. So, just a well-rounded person is what I'm looking for, with no hidden agendas, I'll just add. So that's what I'm looking for.
Okay.
Thank
Buzz?
you.
Debbie, did you ask what we want to see in the community, or
Yes.
from the applicant?
No, from what is your hope for this community?
Okay.
And what are you looking for in this council position?
So, as you know, I've only been in my position for 9 months, into 10 now, and my objectives haven't changed since the beginning. I'm real passionate about building community, regardless of color, skin, race, religion, whatever. I'm a long-time resident in this area, particularly Berrien, and SeaTac, when I was growing up, was a actually very solid community full of blue and white collar residents. I've seen the area change dramatically. A lot of our neighborhoods have been bought out, leaving pockets of good neighborhoods, but not a contiguous city. When I first showed up here, I clearly saw there were good neighborhoods, but no cohesiveness. So that's one thing I wanted to work toward. Safety, I think, getting our streets safe, and our affordability should be bringing in lots of new residents. We're kind of limited, again, with all of the buyouts, and that's why I was a proponent for the Ctac Center, building it up and getting more people in this community. So that's my comments.
Gentlemen? Joel?
I moved here 5, almost 6 years ago, and I fell in love with this city. A lot of good people, and I had never been in politics, and that's a good place to start. I agree. I think that's a great place to start. I got activated when the utility tax was pushed through. And I have a business background, and I took a look at the books of the city, and I said, we could do better. And that's what got me into this. And I am a numbers kind of guy, and I like working on finding ways to get things for the community and to make the city better for the community. And I think we've done a good job, and I think we still can do better. And I liked your comment about the port, which was something we've already done, which was get more money from them. So I think you were looking at the right place. I'm looking for someone, we're all different here on the council. We all have different strengths and different weaknesses. And I'm looking for someone who can bring something new to the mix, maybe something we don't have, maybe a focus that none of us are currently exploring. And I think that would make us stronger.
Yes.
So that's what I'm looking for. Okay?
Okay, thank you.
Rick?
Yeah, thank you. So I agree with what the others have said here.
We have about 5 minutes, too.
Actually, about 2.5.
2.5.
I'll make this
Okay.
quick.
Okay.
I agree with what everyone has said. I think one of the problems, and this goes back to the question, the reason I asked the question the way I did, that everything we have to do here, for the citizens depends on having, a healthy economic profile that pays for the police, the services, the parks, all the things that we have. Of all the cities in Washington State, we're the only one that has the SeaTac International Airport here. There's something missing economically. We should be, we're doing well, but we should be thriving more than we are. And I would like us to somehow figure out how do we tap in to what is making this SeaTac airport, and in fact, this whole community. The airport's the fastest growing airport in the country. There's something going on here that's different. It's high tech, it's something. We have not figured that out well enough that in our local area. The development is occurring in, downtown Seattle and Bellevue and Redmond. It should be here, right around the airport. So what I'm hoping to find is, and I think Joel was right, some different thinking, something that pushes us to think in a different way because we haven't got it figured out yet. But the reason for that is not just to have more money. It really is to be able to provide the services that our citizens need. So that's the...
Rick, I'm getting the 1 minute sign.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Peter, do you have any questions?
Yeah, I'll have a quick follow-up. I'll just chime in here. So my intents have always been very simple. I just want to make SeaTac better, and that's why I got involved. Doesn't matter what it is. I just want to improve SeaTac, and I'm looking for somebody who has a track record, like I had when I started out, that has a track record of doing something to make SeaTac better. That's all.
Make a difference.
Thanks.
Yeah. I've lived here for 30 years, coming up on 31 quickly. I love my town. I would have moved long ago if I didn't like this place. My goals have been simple as well, just to make SeaTac a good place to live, because heck, I have to live here too. And if I like it, and I'm a pretty hard customer, it's probably a pretty good place. My question about the 29,000 people was, we do have an entire city to represent. And, oh my gosh, I'm getting my own red light. This is terrible. We have 29,000 people to represent. There are a lot of people out there in SeaTac who live here and, don't pay a lot of attention to what's going on. I've met people on the campaign trail that were convinced they lived in Des Moines, even though they actually lived in SeaTac. But we represent everybody, and it's a hard job. So, I'm looking for somebody who will just be willing to step up and step out of your own comfort zones. I've had to. We all come from our own place, and but you have to see everybody's place when you're up here. So it's a very different view from this chair. So I'm looking for somebody who's willing to step up and step outside of their comfort zone, step outside of their own boxes, and do what's best for every single person. So, yeah. So do you have any final comments or anything for us?
That's it.
Okay.
That's it.
Well, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor,
you drew,
and Deputy Mayor, and City Council members.
You drew the first seat, so thank you for coming in early on a Saturday. And
oh no, thank you.
And you are welcome to stay for any of the interviews now that you've already been interviewed, or you can go enjoy the sunshine that we're supposed to have today.
No, I'm going to go eat breakfast now that I'm done with my interview.
I think that sounds reasonable. Thank you very much, Debbie.
Thank you, Debbie. Thank you.
Have a great day.
You too.
That might lead into a saying, and that's what I would listen for.
So would it be, Aaron's going to ask him to say a little bit up front, right? Like she didn't,
Not up front.
didn't Debbie do something up front?
At the end.
Okay. I guess maybe include.
Mr. Dan.
Good morning. Early on a Saturday. Sorry about that. We had a lot of people to talk to today, so had to get started. Well, I figured we could get started early or be here late. Sure. Okay. Good morning. So welcome to your interview with us. We have 6 questions, so each one of us will ask you a question, and then that should take about 15 minutes, and we'll have about 5 minutes for a wrap-up, questions for us, or anything else you'd like to tell us about yourself. So, okay. So Councilmember Fernald gets to go first.
Good morning. Whoops. Good morning.
Good morning.
You go by Daniel?
Dan, please.
Dan, okay. Dan the man.
Yeah.
Okay, so please tell us why you submitted your application for the current opening on the SeaTac City Council.
My goal in submitting my application was that I wanted to participate more in local government and take it as a learning opportunity more to learn more about the city that I've lived in. There's, I've had my issues with living here, and just wanted to learn more about what a city government really does.
Okay. What issues?
Oh, okay. I've had a break-in at my house 3 times now. I've had tools stolen. I've had my car broken into. I've had the police specifically tell me that it was not enough of a loss for them to participate, and even though I had footage of the incident, and then I've had my issues with my neighbors, and it's really sort of just part of life, but learning the backside of how these decisions are made, and learning more about government is really my drive. I don't deign to come to you as a seasoned city council member knowing all the ins and outs of the job, and I imagine that everybody has to start somewhere, and I think it's important that what I'm bringing is a curiosity and a view of a citizen that's lived here for 12 years now.
Okie dokie. Thank you.
Thank you. So I have kind of a long question. Sorry, it's sort of 2 parts, but it all wraps in. So regardless of the reasons you wish to participate in public service as a council member, Our task is to lead a city of 29,000 diverse individuals from many, many different backgrounds. Additionally, we craft and approve policy that supports and grows an enormous economy. How do you plan to be an effective leader to the entire city's residents and businesses?
I think maybe leveraging the power of attention and collecting as much views as possible to be representative of the city, be it through social media, be it through active polling, participating in community events, reaching out to community leaders. I think it's important for city council members to be present, and I've participated in community events, and I've seen council members at these events. But I think education is a big part. I think we were just talking in the lobby, a city manager's report. I think you can have a city manager's report, but you can also have a city manager's infographic. Something that's easily consumable, maybe most pertinent information, and having tiered communication that could make it so that the general public can consume the information of the city in the way most appropriate, not most appropriate, the way that they would prefer to learn. Leveraging maybe the county resources or of the King County libraries, that sort of thing. I think signage, that sort of. I read the Ctac quarterly. I just found out about the city manager's report. But yeah, I heard Kyle talk about how it was 15 pages.
Yeah.
And in this modern day, I think that's a lot. But I'm sure it's important, and I think maybe there's a way to communicate that in tiered ways.
Okay, thank you. Joel?
Thank you. Just a comment beforehand. I've never been in politics before, and I am now 9 or 10 months on the council, so everyone's got to start somewhere.
Thank you.
Please describe how you have been an active part of the city, including council meetings and citizens advisory committee meetings.
Okay. I've only participated in one. It was a citizen advisory committee. There was a sidewalk committee for 198th a couple of years ago. Actually, I think Clyde Hill was involved in that, and I consumed the PowerPoint and was trying to come up with ideas. But that was my participation in there. In terms of the community activity, I reach out and participate in voter registration drives and try to get people more engaged with government.
Thank you.
Okay, Deputy Mayor Hill?
Thank you. And Dan, I do remember that, and I really appreciated your involvement in helping materialize those discussions about 198. So thank you for that. I'm going to ask you, if you received a $1 million grant to use for the city any way you wanted, what would you do with it and why?
Well, I'd first probably ask for, is there a business finance officer, BFO of some sort, that would be able to give a budget report of like what we're currently spending? Okay, so then probably go with the BFO to see where we're currently spending and see where existing initiatives may be underfunded or maybe old projects that were decided already to be good be fully funded, that sort of thing. And then maybe look at new initiatives like things that would improve the community walkability, leverage that money for investing in transit options. I see Des Moines has a bus that goes to the Angle Lake Light rail station, and we have a city that's that benefits from the light rail stations, absolutely, but maybe there might be underserved community members that might not be able to access those resources. Another might be looking to the future. I've been following up on the city's initiatives regarding electric vehicles and about driverless vehicles. I've been driving electric vehicles for several years, and I really like the fact that you guys have a charger on the site and you have fleet vehicles that are already electric vehicles. And I think that the conservation of our environment by reducing our need to rely on fossil fuels is important. And I think as a city we can be a leader in the community.
Councilmember Forschler.
Thank you. Okay, everything that Ctac needs to accomplish depends on the city's economic health. What do you see as the best 2 or 3 opportunities for economic development in Ctac?
I think maybe identifying developable land and providing incentives to create mixed housing developments where you combine workforce housing along with business property and encourage local businesses to start. I think entrepreneurship is a very important part of growing an economy, and it helps feed the local community and feeds the coffers and bank accounts of the city. And then maybe look into community improvements. Well, okay, I think that if people feel safe, then they'll be more apt to spend money in the city of SeaTac. So I think that getting involved with the community and leveraging existing community ties for improving the accessibility of the police department might actually tend to be an economic motivator.
Thank you.
Peter.
Thanks. So I'm looking for specific examples. Can you provide some examples of how you have worked with the community or with the city in cooperative ways to make Ctac better?
So, I work with my neighbors and formed an ad hoc workforce when we had the giant storm in 2008. A tree was felled on 198th, and it blocked access. And the county wouldn't remove the tree because there was a power line in it, and the power company wouldn't remove the power line because they had other work to do or whatever. And identified the risks involved, saw that both ends of the power line were visible. I removed the power line, and I worked with my neighbor to cut this tree up and chop it up to the best of our ability, so to be able to access the road. And then contacted the county, said, hey, now there's a tree cut up in pieces, get the rest of it away. That was probably a little bit local, but yeah, I've worked with. I drive the conversation towards local business as much as I can with any member within the community, outside of the community, and sort of act as like a personal ambassador of SeaTac, try to get people to come down here.
Great, thanks.
Okay, so we have a little bit of time left where you can sort of reintroduce yourself to us. You can give us anything else you would like us to know, and we can also answer some questions. So, fire away.
Well, like I said, my name is Dan Santon. I've lived here for 12 years. And as a young homeowner, my experience has been very, especially going down with the housing bust in 2008, my experience as a homeowner has been very sour. But For example, with my break-in, they didn't steal like my TV, but they stole my tools. And that tells me that this community is in need of resources to thrive. And, you know, maybe the tools are easy to sell, but it was sort of an allegory of like what we can do. What can we do as a city to provide opportunities to these people that are turning to crime instead of applying their energy to better the community. I don't know if it would take volunteer drives. I don't know if it would be, I mean, I see the development of Valley View. That was great. I worked with the SeaTac United. My wife was a soccer coach, and my kids went to soccer there, and it was great. But, you know, and it was like there were some torn up pieces, and I see that the city of SeaTac is motivated to help community. I went to the movie event at the park to highlight the development at the park in the north, and I can't remember the name. And then Angle Lake Park with its spray park, and I see it's trying, but I don't know what targeted community development could help the city, and I really look forward to researching that. I work as a functional analyst with King County Metro, and so I'm big on data, but I also was a lead mechanic. I approach things with a system and a systems approach to solve problems, and it's helped a lot in my new job as a functional analyst. I learned more about computers, and I understand the importance of metering out resources. As a busy lead mechanic on a graveyard shift at Atlantic Base, I was responsible for getting the electric trolley fleet out on the road, which is our most visible, most important service, one of our more important services at King County Metro. And we sort of, as the additional resources we got for maintaining the trolley fleet, we also were leveraged for responses. So when the crane fell on 520, it was our base that called, and I responded, and I had like 2 guys gone, and I understand you have to sometimes you have to work with almost nothing and make something happen, but it's understanding when to reach out for help and when to use resources. I feel like I have a strength in that. I get commendations from my boss all the time for saving King County money in the choices that we make with our databases and our management tools and leveraging existing resources for initiatives. So look forward to serving.
Thank you. Anybody have any other additional questions? Clarifying questions, I should say. Nope. Okay. Well, thank you for coming in. Your questions, your answers provided a lot of thought today. I'm thinking, okay, interesting. So I appreciate you coming in on an early Saturday morning, and I think the sun's supposed to come out.
Great. But
who knows? So Christina, you have something you can add just from the standpoint of rules, which is...
Yeah, just so now that you've had your interview, you're more than welcome to stay here, listen to other interviews, or go out and enjoy the sun that's supposed to come. So at the end of the day, we'll hopefully have somebody appointed, and I will be notifying everybody after that.
Great. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming in.
Okay.
Have a good day.
Yes, but again, just bring her in.
Good morning.
Good morning, Victoria Lockwood. Thank you for coming in. So our process is, ooh, God, I just seem so loud this morning. Is it because there's nobody in here, or am I just getting too close to the microphone? We have 6 questions. Each one of us will ask you one. That should take about 15 minutes, and then you'll have about 5 minutes to, ask us any questions, tell us any more about yourself. The lights, when it turns yellow, that'll be our 5-minute sign on the little gizmo. So I'm watching it, so when I get the red light, I get a little worried. So we'll start with Councilmember Fernald.
Good morning. Do you prefer Vicky or Victoria?
Vicky will work fine unless you're mad at me.
Okay. And could you speak right into the microphone, please? Okay. So, please tell us why you submitted your application for the current opening on the SeaTac City Council.
Because I saw a need and I thought that I could fill that need.
Succinct as always. I get to go next. I have a long question. It's kind of 2 parts. So regardless of the reasons you wish to participate in public service as a council member, our task is to lead a city of 29,000 diverse individuals from many, many different backgrounds. Additionally, we craft and approve policy that supports and grows an enormous economy. How do you plan to be an effective leader to the entire city's residents and businesses?
Well, first I would listen, and then I would confirm what I thought I heard, and then I would bring forth ideas for either for consensus or a decision one way or the other of, yeah, that's a good idea, and we should spend our money that way, or no, that's not a good idea, because I don't get to make those decisions as an individual. I would have to share the information with everybody.
Thank you.
You're moving along
Councilmember Walker.
entirely too fast. Please describe how you have been an active part of the city, including council meetings and citizens advisory committees.
Okay, well, first I've been active simply because I live here and I see what goes on in my neighborhood. And then I have volunteered at my local elementary school, and I got to know some of the families, and I've had the privilege of watching some of those kids become adults. And they still talk to me in the grocery store when I see them, and they say, I was 7 when I met you. So I feel connected to those kids that have grown up. I volunteered, or I do volunteer at the USO, and I see every week how people that don't live here perceive our city. They're coming from all over the world when they come in. So I get that perspective of how others see us. And then I'm also currently on the senior advisory board for the city of SeaTac. And there's a lot of seniors that grew up never asking for anything. And so I see myself as their voice. They'll tell me what they need, but they won't tell an official what they need. They're too proud. And then I also have chaired I am the secretary treasurer of a senior bowling league, and the league used to be here in SeaTac at Lewis and Clark Bowl, and so the people lived here. Well, then as they grew older, they started moving into retirement centers, and Lewis and Clark closed down. So now the league is down in Federal Way, but there's still some seniors on that league. I've watched them go from 60 years old to in their mid-80s, and I love to celebrate their successes. And I want every senior to have at least one day in their life, one day a week, that they laugh and have fun. So that's kind of my community involvement right now.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you.
Vicki, let's talk some money. If you received a $1 million grant to use for the city any way you wanted, what would you do with it and why?
This is one of those no strings attached grants, right? Okay.
Good clarifying question. It's yours, free and clear.
Okay. If I had $1 million, I would provide something on a consistent basis that would be fun for the residents. I don't know if I would like to see some type of intergenerational attraction that lets the grandparents interact with the kids. It would be something, I would fund some kind of program at the Ctac Community Center. And I would make sure that the people that stay on the senior side right now come over into the main lobby and see the people that aren't in the senior center. And I would want the people that aren't in the senior center to come in and have a cup of coffee on the senior side. I would like to see that integration of generations.
Cool. Okay, Councilmember Forschler.
Okay, everything Ctac needs to accomplish depends on the city's economic health. What do you see as the best 2 or 3 opportunities for economic development in Ctac?
Well, my number one priority is an ice cream shop. I Google it every week hoping an ice cream shop comes in. Economic development, I would like to see some type of entertainment come into the city of Ctac, whether it's a theater or a performing arts center or something, something that gives people an identity. Like, for instance, Burien has their performing arts center, Tukwila has their performing arts center. And when outsiders come in, they go, wow, this is kind of a classy city. They had this really neat play there. And no, they're not world-class actors. They're locals that are doing it. But it's so exciting to become aware of the talent that's right around you. And I love that part. We've got lots of talented people here in Ctac that I have not a clue about. And I would like somewhere for us to showcase our residents and their specialness.
And Councilmember Kwan.
Thank you. Hi, Vicki.
Hi.
So I'm looking for some specific examples. Can you provide some examples of how you have worked with the community or with the city in cooperative ways to make the city better?
Sure. The most recent one is the Teen Police Academy we just had. That excited me, just the concept excited me. I thought we could possibly change several people's lives by having that Teenage Police Academy. And then it came about, and it was a cooperation between City Hall and the King County Sheriff's Office. It was a cooperation between different cities because these kids attended Highline School District. And it was easy. You ask each group, what resources do you have? What can you bring to the table? And you look at all the stuff you got, and all of a sudden you have a whole bunch of different colored crayons, and you can make a beautiful picture with that. And that excites me.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, the yellow line isn't on yet, so we have a few extra minutes other than 5. What would you like to tell us additionally about yourself, or do you have questions?
Well, I don't want to talk about myself. Yeah, I got a question, and it's for each one of you individually, is if you could just tell me one thing, what's the one piece of advice you would give me if I was selected, something that you would want me to know before I actually took the oath?
Who wants to go first?
You know, it can be something as simple as you got to keep your face washed at all times now.
Yes.
You know, I go out sometimes and I got mud on my cheek.
Vicki, with your attending council meetings, this may already be known to you, but for a lot of folks that I meet now as a representative of the legislative side of the city, a lot of people think that I can just go into a city office and demand changes. They're not aware, first, of the separation of powers, between the judicial, executive, and legislative, and second, where it violates the law for me to give directives, A, point to an employee, and B, as an individual. The only time I have any authority is when 6 other council members are up here at the dais, and that's when decisions can be made.
Thank you.
Pam?
Yeah, so I would tell you to go to the MRSC website, just as a place to start, and find the council member's handbook and read through it as a place to start, and then launch off from there. But that tells you everything, pretty much everything you need to know, what to expect, and then you can branch off and ask your own questions from what you read there. But that's where I tell someone to start.
Thank you.
Jill?
Oh, I don't know where to start. First thing I would tell you is you have to learn to check your ego at the door. You are not the job. The job is something you do. And it has restrictions, and it has purpose, and it has a method. The other thing, which is the hardest for me, is accepting how unbelievably slow the city works. But that's the speed it needs to go at. And if you want to be part of it, you have to play by those rules. Once you've got those things down, it's like swimming in a pool.
Rick?
So, Vicki, all people here probably on this list, you've been, attending the meetings and involved in the city. You probably know more than most how much time there is and required. I will say it's a little different, though. I was very involved before I became a council member also. I was on a number of committees and other things in the community as well. I think it is kind of sobering, the weight of responsibility you have once you're in a position. It changes your outlook some. The other thing is you got to develop 2 things. You have to have the heart of a lamb, be kind and nice to everybody, but the height of a rhino, because you get attacked from all directions. And so I think just try to be understanding of others and give them the benefit of the doubt whenever you can, because their perspective is different. But don't be bitter when they don't treat you the same way, I guess.
Thank you.
Peter?
Thanks. So this was something that I learned the hard way, and it came as a complete surprise to me. And I wish more people knew this in advance. So I'm going to tell you so you know in advance. It takes a lot of time to be effective, a lot of time. And a lot of folks don't understand how much time it takes to become effective. And I personally, met other elected officials and, other cities, other jurisdictions, and it always comes down to the more effective elected officials actually invest way more time than the less effective elected officials. And so it really depends on you how much you want to invest, how effective you would like to be. So it's a voluntary thing. You don't have to work 20 hours a week if you don't want to. It's it's always been a struggle for me, and I see it as a struggle for everybody. And sometimes there just isn't enough time to address everything. There just isn't, and it's really difficult to accept that. And it's also really difficult to balance the time commitment with the rest of your life. That's all. So know that in advance.
Thank you.
So piggybacking on Peter, it does take an astonishing amount of time. I remember some advice that Pam gave me when I first took office, and that is you make your chair what you make of it. You can do as much as you want, you can do as little as you want, as long as the job gets done. I would say this: really get to know the people that are sitting up here with you and learn their strengths, and it's okay to lean on each other. Peter knows stuff that I couldn't possibly know. Rick knows stuff from his career that I couldn't possibly know. I think I know stuff that other folks don't know. You don't have to know it all. So, and it's okay not to know it all, because you've got 6 other people up here who, potentially do know it all. I think this council has a pretty broad knowledge base. So it's okay to not have all the answers, because we have Peter. He's the answer man. He's our Google. So anyway, that's my advice, is just know that you don't have to know it all, and you will bring strengths to the table that everybody will appreciate.
Thank you.
So, anybody else have any clarifying questions for Vicki? Okay, Vicki, do you have anything else for us?
No, I'm good.
You good? Okay, is it sunny out there yet? No? Okay, well, heard noon, so. All right, so Christina, I'll let you do the wrap-up.
Thank you. So you're welcome now to stay in the council chambers for the remainder of the interviews, or go out and enjoy the day. Everybody will be notified at the end of the day as to the decision.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vicki. Thanks for coming in.
Okay, so the next person had withdrawn, so Joe's actually going to go and check and see if Jennifer is here and ready to go. And we'll just start early with her and take a longer break after, if that's the case.
Very uncomfortable. Well, it is. Jennifer Conlon.
Corona.
Sorry. Corona. That's an actress.
Hello.
Hello. So we got you just coming right in the door. We're not going to let you sit down and catch your breath or anything.
That's okay.
Well, that's what being a city council member is like sometimes.
I would imagine.
I will say that. So, okay, well, thank you for coming. Good morning.
Good morning.
And we were happy to get your application. So the process this morning is each one of us has a question for you.
Okay.
Everybody gets the same questions all day, so we've had to read our questions a couple times now, so we're getting a little better at it. And after we're done asking our questions, there should be about 5 minutes or so where you can provide us with any additional information about yourself. You can ask us questions, and we might ask some clarifying questions about the questions that we've already asked you.
Okay.
Okay? So nothing new will happen in those 5 minutes. Okay, so Councilmember Fernald gets to go first.
Good morning.
Good morning. Do you go by Jennifer?
I go by Jennifer or Jen, or my nephews call me Aunt Jenny, so I'm pretty good with anything you're comfortable with.
Okay. for me, I always say, just don't call me late for dinner, that's all.
And will you speak into the microphone, please? Thank you.
Yes,
There we go.
yes,
Sorry.
there you go. Thanks, Christina. Okay, so please tell us why you submitted your application for the current opening on the SeaTac City Council.
Well, I have been watching what's going on in government throughout the country for the last couple of years, and I feel that I need to be more involved. So if I'm not involved, no matter what level, then I can't ever make a change. So you got to start small and work up, and I think it would be important to be involved in my community and make sure that I know what's going on in my community. It's not enough to think you know, you have to be involved. So I thought this was a great way to do that. I've been looking at the City Council and kind of getting myself familiarized with what's going on in our city, and I thought, wow, there's an opening. Maybe I should at least apply and see what's going on. So here I am. So my question is a little bit long, sorry. It's kind of
okay.
two parts, but hopefully it'll make sense. And if it doesn't, I can clarify any of it. Regardless of the reasons that you wish to participate in public service as a council member, our task is to lead a city of 29,000 diverse individuals from many, many different backgrounds. Additionally, we craft and approve policy that supports and grows an enormous economy. How do you plan to be an effective leader to the entire city's residents and businesses? That's a good question. I'm going to give you a little bit of background on myself. In the 90s, in 1995, I left the phone company after being there for 16 years, and part of the buyout package was to pay for my schooling. So I went back and I got my 2-year degree in college at Green River Community. And when I was there, I came in contact with a lot of international students from all over the world, and I realized that we went out and recruited these people to come and be members at our college because we could charge them 3 times what we charge our residents, but we never did anything after they got through their ESL to support them in their further studies. So I ended up tutoring a bunch of people from all over the world, from the Ukraine, from Indonesia. I had a gentleman from Romania that had come over. I had a bunch of people from the Middle East, and I came to realize that with all of the differences that all of these people had from coming from all over the world, the one thing that we all had in common was we wanted to be able to take care of our families. We wanted to be treated with respect, and we wanted the opportunity to be successful. And that was a common theme with every single person that I met. And it didn't matter what color their skin was or what language they spoke. They just wanted to be here, and they wanted to be a part of our community, and they wanted to succeed. And I think that if we don't look at people as individuals, if we look at them based on the color of their skin or the accent that they speak with or whatever their deficits to our community we might assume, if we don't look at them as individuals, then we will never know their worth. And the only way to do that is to become involved and become engaged and get to know people and understand what their thoughts and their processes are. So in order to lead people, you have to know them. And I've kind of made it my personal goal to get to know people in my neighborhood. When I go to the store, I talk to people there, whether I know them or not. I think getting to know people and understanding what their needs are is the best way to lead them, because you can't figure out where they want to go unless you know who they are. Awesome. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, thank you very much. Okay, Councilmember Wachtel.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for coming. Please describe how you have been an active part of the city, including council meetings and citizen advisory committee meetings.
I have not. I would love to say that I have, and I haven't. I have been studying a little bit more about our city and looking at our webpage and getting to know it. I have not come to the council meetings, and I haven't been involved with any of the advisories. And I feel that that was lacking in my citizenship. I can't be a good citizen unless I participate. So this may be putting the cart in front of the horse by showing up here and applying for a position, but I'm a quick study. I learn fast. I'm willing to learn. I'm willing to admit what I don't know and learn what I need to know. And so yeah, if the best way for me to do that is coming here today, that's what I'll do. So.
Thank you. Can I get a quick follow-up?
Is it based on the
Based
original
on this question.
Yes.
If I were to change the question to, if you were going to start becoming part of the city, where would you want to start?
Well, that's a good question.
We have committees, you know, where would you feel that you fit in?
I think what I would like to be a part of and what I would like to see us be better at is figuring out how to get our constituents, the people that live in Ctac, involved in Ctac. So if that means getting involved in the community center, being in outreach, going out door to door and talking to people about what their concerns are, how do we get people to want to be involved rather than to sit back and complain about what's not happening? How do we get those people to share that voice with us? So if we have to go door to door and knock on the door and ask people to talk to us and tell us what's going on, maybe that's what we do. And if we don't have that in place, maybe we should. And like I say, I don't know as much about what's going on in the city as I should, so I need to get involved.
Thank you very much for that answer.
You're welcome. Deputy Mayor Hill.
Thank you. Hi, Jen.
Hi.
Let's ask by, or presenting to you, if you received $1 million grant to use for the city any way that you wanted, what would you do with it and why?
That's a really good question. On a personal level, what I would really like to see is I would like more streetlights in our city. I think that makes us a safer place to be. I think it makes it easier for people to get around. It makes people feel more comfortable and more safe. I drive not a lot at night, but when I drive at night, there's a lot of streets in the city that are still very dark. And I think that one of the things we have to be very, very committed to is the safety of our citizens, and the people that live here need to feel comfortable and they need to feel safe no matter whether it's day or night. And I do know that when I drive down a dark street at night, I am really glad I have a very reliable car and I know it's not going to break down. I know that crime is everywhere. You can't get away from it, but having security and having enough light for people to feel safe, no matter what time of the day or night it is, I think that would be a good start. Thank you. Councilmember Forster.
Thank you. So everything that Ctac needs to accomplish depends on the city's economic health. What do you see as the best 2 or 3 opportunities for economic development in Ctac?
Well, I know we have built some very large warehouse space over off of Des Moines Memorial Drive. I drive past there frequently and I see the for lease signs, and I kind of worry and am concerned that we've built that space and I don't see people occupying it. I think we need to make ourselves a good place to do business in. Right now we kind of are lucky because we're not in the heart of where all of the bad traffic is. I drive to Lower Queen Anne for my regular day job every day, and the traffic is horrendous. If we could make it attractive for businesses to be here, to have more office space where people could set up actual businesses where people are coming in and sitting in an office and doing their business, I think that would be amazing. We have the ability to build places with enough parking for people. We wouldn't have to worry about it. We've got good bus service to and from the Beery and the SeaTac area, so we would be good there. We need to find a way to attract companies that want to get out of downtown and make it viable for them to do business here, where they could actually do business and have a lot of people come in and going. I think it would also bring business to all of the companies that we already have here, the resident or retail companies that we have here would probably benefit from that as well. Thank you. Councilmember Kwan.
Thank you. So I'm looking for specific examples. Can you provide some examples of how you have worked with the community or with the city in cooperative ways to make Ctac better?
I have not done much within the city of Ctac. I have been a volunteer for most of my life in one way or another. I've been a blood donor, and I've been to blood drives here in Seattle, in Ctac, primarily out of Tukwila. I also worked for the blood center for about 3.5 years. I do volunteer work now at Wesley Homes. I'm a hospice volunteer. I work with hospice patients. I do make it a point of when I see people in need, and whether it's in my neighborhood or if I'm out and about, I see people who have a broken down car, or people I've been in line when people didn't have enough money to pay for their groceries, and I've done that. I like to help. I have not been as good a city person as I should be, so that's kind of where my focus is. I need to get involved.
Thank you.
Okay, so that's our 6 questions. Thank you. We still have some time. When the yellow light goes on, it means we have 5 minutes, so I'm watching that. So we have more than 5 minutes. So to provide you with some time to tell us a little bit more about yourself, ask us any questions. So I would like to know how the council member seat became available. Oh, okay. Well, I can answer that. Our council member, Mike Seifke's, resigned and moved to the state of Tennessee. So you actually have to live in Ctac to represent Ctac, and Tennessee seemed kind of a long stretch. So even with Skype, it's yeah. So, I would agree. So that's how we ended up with a vacancy. So, okay, yeah, that's good to know. Yeah. How long have each of you? I know that it's a 1-year term. Basically, is what I read. So, how did each of you come to be on the council? Okay, Pam, do you want to start? Well, actually, let me say this: the appointed term will be approximately 1 year, although we all serve 4 years at a time. So this is an unexpired term, which will end at the certification date of the next election. Okay. Okay. That makes sense. So whoever prevails today, if they choose to run next year, they can run for the same seat or any other seat, actually. That makes sense. But this is actually what we call an unexpired term. So, and as long as I'm talking, I'll just say I ran for office 3 years ago for many of the same reasons that you stated. I was, interested in being more involved in the city. I've lived here for 30 years and felt it was a good time to jump in. So, okay, so why don't we start with Councilmember Fernald, and you can answer her question.
Yeah, I almost forgot the question now.
How did you come to be involved with the council?
Oh, well, I ran for election. That's how. You want to know why?
Yes, I want to know why.
So I didn't like the way I saw things going in certain areas of the city, particularly code enforcement. And the crime was going up, and I retired from Boeing, and I just thought it was time to get involved. So I did, and I ran for election and got elected, and here I are, 3 terms later.
I like it. Thank you. Deputy Mayor Hill? Yeah, we'll just go.
All right. So I've lived in Ctac, the city of Ctac, since 2009. And when I first showed up here, the first thing I noticed was there are great neighborhoods, but there wasn't continuity of a feeling of a city. I came from Burien. I raised my kids in Burien, and that was a great environment to raise my children. It really had a cohesive feeling, and that's what I felt was missing here. There was a lot of contention on the council up here. There was division, and through the years, things have changed. 3 years ago, a majority was elected on, and the environment had changed considerably, not only with cooperative working, but financially as well. I saw this as an opportunity. I've been involved volunteering with Berrien through my kids. I felt that that was one of the pinnacles or pillars to raise your children is community service. When I reached Ctac, my wife and I immediately became involved in our local community organization down there, and I joined the board, and I've been on there for the last 9 years. So this was an opportunity to continue my volunteering beyond a single neighborhood, beyond picking up trash, and trying to make a bigger impact and difference on my city. So that's why I ran, and I'm here for 3 more years.
Thank you. Councilmember Kwan?
Yeah, so I initially moved here. So prior to Ctac, I've lived in Queen Anne for 12 years or so, in a tiny apartment, saved up money to buy a house. And I initially ended up in Ctac. I first was looking for an affordable house that I could buy, and Queen Anne, $1 million will get you a shack, and you still have to park on the streets, right? So I look north, I look to the east side a little bit. It's still too costly. I look down south a little bit, and I had to keep going further and further south, to Quilla and then Ctac. And finally in Ctac, I found something, and so that's how I ended up in Ctac, because it was affordable for me initially. But I've always been involved with the community a lot. I've been involved with the Queen Anne Historical Society prior, and the community festivals and fairs and neighborhood, events and all of that stuff. So when I moved down to Ctac, I immediately looked for, community activities and things that I could get involved with, and I didn't find any. So I created them myself. We had a volunteer yard work program. Block Watch got started up, and then mail theft was a big thing. So I started a locking mailbox program on my own. Signed up for SeaTac City committees, and I didn't get appointed at the time, but I just continued to do that. And so my neighbors actually asked me to run for council. I had no idea, no experience about politics, none of that stuff. And so I got involved through community encouragement, and ever since then I haven't stopped. And the locking mailbox program is now an official city program, not because of me, but because other folks saw that it was a great idea. So that's my background, and I've been looking for other folks who have similar backgrounds, hopefully. So that's all.
Thank you. Councilmember Waxell?
Thank you. I moved here 5 years ago to retire, to be near my grandchildren, and I really enjoy Ctac. I would go as far to say as I love it. I love the community. And I became aware of the city council about the time they started pushing through a utility tax and claiming we had a deficit. And my background is that I'm an entrepreneur, and I've owned 3 businesses. And I dove into the city's finances, and didn't look right to me. So I started attending the council, and I started speaking and writing, and I became an activist. And then I met this guy, and I became involved in his election, and I met him and the mayor. And they were great people. They were really coming on board to make a change. Okay. And so I decided to run. I've never been in politics.
The time's running out, so.
Never been in politics before. I am now 10 months on the council, and it's been a great experience. And I enjoy being a public servant.
And Rick, Sorry, you
Do I have a minute?
you do. Go.
Okay.
I hope so.
So I'll give you the Reader's Digest version. So I felt years and years ago that the city was actually abusing the citizens. I lived here before the time the city was incorporated, and I saw the change from King County to Ctac, and I realized I needed to get involved. I actually spent almost 20 years involved in different kinds of community things before I ran for city council. I'm now in my second term on the city council, but that's the short version.
Thank you very much. I appreciate all of your input.
So is there anything else, one last little thing you'd like us to know about you before we send you off to hopefully sunnier days today?
Well, right now it's windy and cold out there,
Yeah.
but I'm hoping it will change. But I just would very much like to be a part of this. I think that, like most of you, I've never been involved in politics, but I do believe in government. And I think that's kind of what we're lacking in our country right now, and I think governing is more important than politics.
Yeah.
So, thank you very much.
Thank you. Enjoy your day.
I will.
Christina, you can do the wrap-up.
So now that you've interviewed, you're more than welcome to stay and listen, or you can go enjoy your day. I will be notifying all candidates at the end of the day what the decision is. All right?
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You too.
All right, and Mayor, our next scheduled interview, as it is scheduled for 11:10, so we clearly have a bigger break. I'm kind of suggesting that we recess until 11, come back, and then if that person is ready to go, we can just start a few minutes early.
Sounds good. We will recess our meeting until 11 o'clock. Special council meeting at 11 o'clock. And then we'll wait for our next candidate.
Thanks. And sorry.
Good morning, Kent. Thanks for coming.
Sure thing.
Is the sun coming out yet? Yeah, okay. It's pretty nasty this morning. Okay, so here we go.
Okay.
We're going to have 6 questions for you. Each one of us will ask you a question. That should take about 15 minutes. And then we'll have about 5 minutes for you to give us any additional information about yourself, ask us questions, and do kind of a wrap-up. The light that will turn on will be green on that little gizmo until we hit the last 5 minutes, and it'll turn yellow. So if you perceive that we're picking up the pace a little bit, that's us, okay? All right. Okay, so Councilmember Fernald gets to go first.
Okay. Hi.
Good morning. How are you?
Good.
Would you pronounce your last name for me?
Paula, sorry.
Paula, sorry. Okay, thank you.
It's Finnish.
It's Finnish?
Uh-huh.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go. I would have not guessed that. So, please tell us why you submitted your application for the current opening on the SeaTac City Council.
Yeah, I think a lot of you kind of know me as somebody who's very involved in the community. I want to, I think I instinctively at this point want to serve other people. My job is to be a counselor, and that, I see that as an important thing as far as, trying to help marriages and families and ultimately micro communities. What I've been trying to do the last couple of years is, what can I do to make Ctac a better place for everyone to live in? I've done some things, had a little bit of progress, but I'm realizing that if I want to really make a bigger impact, I have to basically have more power and authority. And city council members, I think, can do more for their community than the average citizen can.
Thank you. Well, I managed to write the longest question, so hang in there with me. It's kind of 2 parts. Regardless of the reasons that you wish to participate in public service as a council member, our task is to lead a city of 29,000 diverse individuals from many, many different backgrounds. Additionally, we craft and approve policy that supports and grows an enormous economy. How do you plan to be an effective leader to the entire city's residents and businesses?
Okay. One of my skill sets that I've developed both personally and professionally is to listen to the needs of others. And that includes businessmen, it includes average citizens, it includes children, it includes, the elderly, all of those things. And I have, like I said, the ability to empathize. Like I said, that's part of my job, is to say, okay, what is the need here? Even if I don't have that particular need myself, it's important to care about what other people are needing in that situation. And to bring sometimes competing needs to the table and to figure out how can we get win-win situations, and to have both sides listen to each other and, promote that sense of empathy and care for each other.
Thank you very much. Next is Councilmember Wachtel.
Thank you. Hi, Ken.
Hi there.
Please describe how you've been an active part of the city, including council meetings and citizen advisory committees.
Okay. Well, I have come to probably at least a half dozen to maybe a dozen of the council meetings through the last couple of years. I've, in the last year, been part of the Human Services Committee. I have attended, I'm trying to remember the name of it now, the Library Cultural Committee. In fact, I wanted to be on that one as well, but the mayor thought I should only be on one, so that's why we picked that one. I'm a vital participant at the YMCA. There's an organization called Togetherhood that I'm kind of I call it the citizen chairman of that. I've been trying to put together a program called United SeaTac in Action. It's, like I said, it hasn't really taken off the way I want it to, but that is one of my goals, is to say, how do we bring the different entities together, to, try to work together for the common good. Trying to think, what else have I done? Recently, my daughter and I celebrated National Good Neighbor Day. We've done that the last 3 years. In this case, we walked 12 miles from the garden in Ctac. I guess that would be another thing I've been participating in, to the Port of Seattle. And the Port of Seattle gave us a reception at the end. And actually, they were a part of the beginning, too, giving out water bottles. And I'll throw that in as far as how I see myself participating is I'm a avid networker. And the Port of Seattle, even though I do point out things that I disagree with as far as some of their practices, they actually said to me the other day that they respect me and appreciate me because I attack the problem, not the person or the port. That we have to come together on problems, not get divided as a result of them.
Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Hill.
Hello, Kit. Hello. Thanks for coming in. If you received a $1 million grant to use for the city any way that you want or wanted, what would you do with it and why?
That's a really good question. I was just reading the other day about a program that brings the different communities together around specific problems. What I would want to do is, bring the community, different people in authority together and say, okay, what's a problem that we can use that $1 million for, and have I don't necessarily believe that we should always throw money at a problem. We need to get participation from the community with that problem. They tend to have more buy-in if they feel like they're part of the solution. So I guess that's what I would do with the $1 million is, we bring people together and kind of join our forces and decide what's a project or maybe a couple projects that we can use that $1 million for.
Hey, Councilmember Forschler.
Thank you. So everything Ctac needs to accomplish depends on the city's economic health. What do you see as the 2 or 3 best opportunities for economic development in Ctac?
Well, I do like the idea of the Ctac Center being kind of a economic hub, and I would want that to be something that people would want to come to Ctac for. I mean, at this point, a lot of times, most people come to Ctac for the airport. I would want us to come up with some other ways to promote certainly local businesses off of the Ctac Center, and kind of use that as, if you want to call it, almost like the hub or the centerpiece of it. And once again, to promote local businesses that, in other words, not where there's a competition between like the airport and the different hotels and things of that nature, but to say, okay, how can they help the local businesses? How can they help the local community? And obviously to be wise in terms of how we spend our money. Once again, I don't think we should throw money at problems. We should really say, how can we best use money for the different problems that exist?
Thank you. And Councilmember Kwan.
Hi, Ken.
Okay. Thank you.
So I'm looking for some specific examples. Can you provide some examples of how you have worked with the community and or with the city in cooperative ways to make Ctac better?
Okay. Well, like I said, some of my work with the YMCA as far as Togetherhood. I didn't mention that I've also volunteered at some of the different schools. So I'll be honest, part of my vision is to get the schools in the city to kind of collaborate more. So, I mean, I've gotten some preliminary things going on. My daughter is now going to McMicken Heights. In fact, when she met the governor about 6 months ago, he asked her, where does she live? She goes, McMicken Heights. Like, he should know. So in that sense, too, I mean, I've testified, I suppose, on behalf of the Ctac community in both Olympia as well as at the port and different city councils. Let's see, as far as, even things like, being a captain of National Night Out, I think that that's an important thing. I want to expand what I've done so far. I suppose even the work that I'm trying to do around the kind of problems we're having with the port, I suppose that would be something I've been doing with the community and the city. Let's see what else. Yeah, I guess what I would say is I want to do more than I have done, and I think that's kind of one of the opportunities that I see as far as being a city council member.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. So we have probably a little more than 5 minutes left. Seems awfully brief.
I wrote some notes down for myself.
So this is your opportunity to tell us a little bit more about yourself and ask us questions.
Sure. I think in addition to the fact that I'm a marriage and family counselor and come with a particular skill set that I think could help as far as creating collaboration and cooperation And sometimes just cooling the room down. I think that there's a place for that. I have a particular voice in terms of being a father of 2 young children. I have a 7-year-old, Mira, who most of you guys know. And then I don't think you've met my new son, who's 4 months old. So my voice is coming from if you want to call it a father's perspective, that really wants my children to grow up in the best environment they possibly can. So I mean even things like sidewalks, I'm coming from a perspective as, can I roll the buggy down that street? So in other words, I'm in the trenches as far as being a part of this community. I think there's many different voices in the city council. I think mine is different, and that's important. I'm not saying that you aren't parents or things of that nature, but I think particularly around the collaborative skills that I have. People who work with me tend to respect me. Once again, I think on rare occasions, if I've ever attacked the person versus the problem. And I think that that's, vitally important. Because we do live in a very diverse, community. And unfortunately, I've seen too much attacking each other, and defensiveness and, not really listening. And so I guess that's what I would want to promote and to encourage. Let's see, I'm trying to think what else. My if you want to call them role models, I'm somewhat of a U.S. presidential historian. And my role models are people like Abraham Lincoln and Teddy Roosevelt. Abraham Lincoln, because he did bring, some very divisive situations and tried to bring people together. Teddy Roosevelt, because he was out there with the people. He didn't, he really did kind of walk the talk. And I think that that's something that I definitely do. And this can sound hokey, but I think the other piece that I really bring is that I really like people. I'm an incredibly friendly person. Most of you guys have had, I think, positive interactions with me. And so I look forward to working with you. I look forward to, seeing if we can't, put all of our heads and all of our abilities together to really make things better for everyone. Because I know enough about you guys to know that your heart's in the right place and that you really do, want to help people and to serve people. And so I guess I want to be part of that.
Thank you.
Okay.
Council members, any clarifying questions? Not new questions, clarifying questions for Kent. No? Okay, Fez, no? Okay. Joel, you look like you were reaching for your microphone, so. Okay. Well, I'll just say thank you very much for coming in on a Saturday.
Yeah. Well, thank you guys. It's a long Saturday for you guys, too, so I appreciate that.
We are spending a lot of time together this week.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, hopefully it'll be a bonding experience. My daughter, before I came, I said I was going to, see if I could get on the city council. She says, well, Dad, just go and have fun. So that's my encouragement.
Right. That is some great advice. Yeah, yeah. Well, I appreciate you coming in, especially on a Saturday, especially in the middle of the day.
Yeah.
Although I don't think the sun's come out yet,
Well,
so
I
it's
still
okay.
get home and in time to watch the Huskies game, so I appreciate that.
Yeah, exactly. I know. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, thanks for that. Good luck, Huskies. So, all right. Thank you, Kent. Appreciate your time. And Christine, I'll let you do your wrap up.
So clearly you're going home. You are welcome to stay if you would like to. I will be notifying all of the candidates once a decision has been made. So, all right, have a good day.
It's already on the elevator. Okay.
Yeah, yeah. If you're on the yellow, it means you only have 5 minutes. So. Hi. Good morning, Andrew. Thanks for coming in.
Good morning.
How are you?
Doing all right.
Good. Is the sun out yet? I keep asking everybody that.
Nope, it's still nice and cloudy.
Nice and
Usually
cloudy. Okay.
Washington day.
So we still live in Washington.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So the process for this morning is each one of us has a question to ask you, so you'll have 6 questions in total. And then that should take about 15 minutes, and at the 5-minute mark or so, you'll have some time to tell us a little bit more about yourself and ask us any questions, and then we'll wrap up. It seems really fast.
Yeah.
We had a lot of people apply, so we'll start with Councilmember Fernald.
Good morning, Andrew.
Good morning.
Please tell us why you submitted your application for the current opening on the SeaTac City Council.
Well, I've been thinking about getting slightly involved in politics for a while now. I've been talking to a few friends that I know, and I knew that a position wasn't going to open up for a while, and when I saw that, oh, there's a position where it probably won't, I'm trying to think about a way to put it, but won't be as financially taxing originally, because I wouldn't have to campaign. Now, that being said, it's not that I'm not willing to campaign, it's just the next campaign for the next seat wasn't going to be for a while. And I just thought that I probably should apply.
Okay, thank you.
Very good. Okay, my question, unfortunately, I wrote a long one, sorry. So it's kind of 2-part. I'll clarify anything you need. So regardless of the reasons that you wish to participate in public service as a council member, our task is to lead a city of 29,000 diverse individuals from many, many different backgrounds. Additionally, we craft and approve policy that supports and grows an enormous economy. How do you plan to be an effective leader to the entire city's residents and businesses?
You're right, 2-part question. So throughout my life, I have always wanted to participate in leading people. It's kind of what I wanted to do. I was a Boy Scout, grew up 18 years in Boy Scouts, not 18 years, I do apologize, 13 years. 13 years, became Eagle Scout, and learned how to lead people through there. In high school, I was part of the Junior Reserve Officer Training Corps, learned how to lead through there. Even in college, I was the leader of a disabilities group, learned how to lead through there. So there's a lot of different ways that I've learned how to lead. And most recently, the job before the one I have currently, I was a program coordinator. I coordinated up to 40 staff to help those with disabilities. It didn't matter where they came from. I mean, everyone's different. No one's going to be the same. It doesn't matter. What you got to do is you got to knuckle down, listen, especially when people have complaints, and people have a lot of complaints. And they're right to have complaints. I mean, not everyone's perfect. Not even the city council is going to be perfect. So when I want to lead, I want to listen. That's my job. That would be my job as a council member, to listen to the people, to figure out what their needs and wants are, and to try, not to perfectly succeed, but to try to meet their needs. I mean, that's all we can really do, is just listen.
Thank you. Councilmember Wachtel?
Thank you. Please describe how you have been an active part of the city, including council meetings, citizens advisory committee meetings.
Okay, well, this is going to be very simple and slightly embarrassing. I have never been to a City of SeaTac City Council meeting. However, that being said, when I was younger, part of the Boy Scouts, something we would do is every other week when they had a council meeting in Lakewood, we'd go. We'd sit down and be able to just observe, watch. We'd done the color guard for the city council. And the reason why I haven't been as active here as I was there is mostly my time was not, at the time, as open as it is now. I was going to school. I was working hard in weird hours. not doing that anymore. Now I'm definitely more open. But being honest here again, I just had another baby 3 weeks ago, so it's been kind of a little, even after I applied, was a little taxing. But my wife and I are working on a plan that no matter what, I can open myself up. We have grandma who lives with us, and so it's a little more open now.
Thank you.
All right, Deputy Mayor Hill.
Hello, Andrew.
Hello.
If you received a $1 million grant to use for the city any way you wanted, what would you do with it and why?
Well, I would, honestly, our schools need attention. We need to focus on education, and I know that they have a budget and everything, but I think what would be good is to use that money toward like after-school programs, keeping kids active, keeping their minds active, rather than having them go out. I remember when I was a kid, and that wasn't that long ago. I'm only 29, but I remember that after-school programs kept me almost sane, because school was tough. School was tough, and I think that having after-school programs, no matter what they are, art programs even, because schools are cutting back art, schools are cutting back even fine arts and band and choir, and I think putting a grant to after-school programs like that would be most beneficial to our future leaders. I mean, we're here to support them, and if we have that extra money, why not?
Okay, Councilmember Kwan.
I think you skipped me.
Oh my gosh. Point of order. Yeah, will you please point of order me? Holy moly, apparently Rick has gone invisible. Do you see him down there? Is he there? Okay, good. Well, if you see him, then he's real. Councilmember Forschler.
Thank you. Okay, so everything in Ctac needs to accomplish it depends on the city's economic health. What do you see as the best 2 or 3 opportunities for economic development in Ctac?
Don't know why I was not expecting that question, and yet at the same time completely was. Yes, I like to make jokes and keep it light, so. Economic growth. Well, creating jobs is hard. Creating jobs is hard, but we need to focus on not the creation of jobs, but the retention. And we need to focus on, just for city employees, I don't know what the retention rate is. I tried to look it up earlier today, but that's what happens when you're rushing out the door. I live over on the far corner of SeaTac, right probably 1,000 feet away from Normandy Park. And there is an opportunity for growth in the form of the 509 extension plan going through, and one opportunity I could see is trying to get citizens who work in SeaTac to try to work on that project within the SeaTac border, and I know that would be way impossible. It's like, oh, well, you worked here for a few months, you worked on the project, well, we've moved into Des Moines, congratulations, we can't, keep you, but something like that would be an opportunities that I know, like my father-in-law worked for a towing company. He owned a towing company originally, and he wants to bring business into SeaTac. I don't know the ins and outs of doing that, and I do apologize. This makes no sense now that I'm rereading it in my head. But one of the things we have to look at is the probably where we spend our money and talk about the budget. I know you guys just had a budget meeting. That's kind of how the interviews came about. But talking about the budget, working together, talking with business leaders also in the community to try to help them out to get what they need done so that they can continue to grow their businesses. And honestly, just do what we can. I don't know what can be done about economic growth from this small of a scale, but it doesn't hurt to try to do something, even if it makes no sense.
Councilmember Kwan.
Thank you. Hello. So I'm looking for some specific examples, if you have any. Can you provide some examples of how you have worked with the community or with the city in cooperative ways to make Ctac better?
Specific examples of how I've worked directly with the city.
Or the community.
Well, the community is an easy one. Directly with the city is a little more hard. But with the community, I have volunteered my time trying to clean up. Like, I don't just go out and get people to help me. I have been doing it myself. Once a month, I'll go out and try to pick up some trash around the area. And cleanups like North Ctac Park and stuff like that. Just because I think that it's important to keep these parks nice and neat so that kids and families can continue to use them and not feel like we're just a place to dump trash. Another thing that I do, again, along the trash pickup is along our street, we have constantly, every week, somebody throwing their trash bags out. And it's a steep hill, so they roll quite a bit. But my father-in-law and I we don't like that. It doesn't look great, and it's not great for the environment, so we pick it up. That's the kind of stuff that I have done, even with Scouts, even throughout my life. I mean, I have over 200 easy hours with the Boy Scouts alone of community service, so I don't mind going out and spending my time helping the community when it needs it. I've also donated to food banks. I've donated my time to the food bank a couple times. Not recently, a while back, but I feel that it would be, again, beneficial to help even the lowest of the low who need help. There's no real need not to. Something that I remember when I was a kid, and everyone should remember this, we're only as strong as the weakest link. And unfortunately, homeless or low income is our weakest link because they don't have that strong community always surrounding them. They're often demonized, and honestly, that's not okay. And if I had even more time, I'd go down to the soup kitchens. I would go do stuff like this, but we need that kind of spirit to help one another. That's what we're here for. Not here to clamber on each other. I don't like when I see people trying to take advantage of that. So.
All right, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Well, the green light is still on, which means we actually have more than 5 minutes left. So this is your opportunity to tell us a little bit more about yourself, anything else you would like us to know, or even ask us questions.
All right. Well, some people who know me would like to say I do like to talk about myself some. I'll take off my glasses because they're foggy. My son got a hold of them. So, I've been a member of Ctac. I've been a citizen of Ctac since 2013 when I moved in with my then girlfriend, now wife, and her family. And I am a college graduate with 2 degrees. It's on my resume, but I do like to go over that because it's one of the proudest moments because I was the first member of my family to graduate from college. So it was kind of awesome. I currently want to go to law school. People always ask me why. And it's like, oh, you want to be a lawyer? Why? Oh, I think it'd be fun. I currently work in a law office, and we are right on the other side of the border, again, with Normandy Park, the business is. So I was fortunate enough to work only 3 minutes away from my house. I am an Eagle Scout. It is one of the things that I tell everybody who interviews me, knows me, gets to know me. And one of the first things I tell them, it's like, yeah, I'm an Eagle Scout. And some people are like, what's that? And I'm like, oh, that's embarrassing. But I have dedicated my life to service pretty much. Dedicated to community service, helping the community, as I said before. And something strikes me as interesting about Ctac. We are the gateway and I wrote a letter along with my resume, and I'm not sure you guys had a chance to read it, probably, but you guys have so many paperwork, so many things to read, so worth a shot. But we are the gateway to Washington and the rest of the world, and we need to represent that, because we're not just some small city like City of Lakewood where, well, we have military bases, but there's not much going on there, really. But here, we have thousands, if not millions, of people coming through a year through our beautiful city, and that city needs to remain beautiful, which is, even as a city council member, I would honestly try to find the time, and try, because again, 2 kids is kind of hard, but honestly try to make the time to go and do community service and continue to do that and try to clean up our parks, because it looks great. And even our city, if I have to walk down the sidewalk, like take a 188 for example, try to walk down most of 188 down to Pack Highway and back, and try to clean up the trash and pick up everything there, I would do that. We need to present a way of saying, welcome to Ctac, welcome to Washington, but also come back. And having that opportunity to serve the community in that way, it's a little different perspective than just serving the community. So I'm awesome. Yeah. One of the reasons I want to be on the city council is everybody who is a citizen should serve in some capacity at one point in their life. It's honestly their civic duty. It should happen, even if they don't continue on politics. If they decide to just stay city council and then no longer, follow that line, at least try. At least get yourself out there and try to do your best, because it's a way to give back to the community. It really is. I mean, you guys come in, I don't know how many meetings you have. I was looking over your minutes, I'm like, oh, that's a lot of meetings. But that's small fry. You guys put a lot more time other than just those meetings in, and it's admirable. My friend Dick Murray, he was the mayor of Lakewood at one time. He got us involved. He was the one who brought our Boy Scout troop in all the time, and he would always say that, you should take a chance and do your duty, come serve with us. Now, I moved out of Lakewood, so that never happened, so I'm here now. But it's an opportunity that you shouldn't waste. So, questions. Okay, I will start with the mayor.
Oh.
What do you feel is the most pressing matter to this city right now?
We are a very unique city in that we completely surround an airport that we do not own. That place over there. So I think our relationship with the port, in the face of their ever-expanding customer base and their ever-expanding needs and plans for expansion within a very small footprint, it impacts our city tremendously. So keeping on top of that and making sure that the port is assisting the city in ways that it should to deal with and mitigate the problems that it brings to us, along with, of course, all the good stuff. But I think our citizens can be very adversely affected by the port, and it is our responsibility to make sure that the port helps us take care of ourselves. That would be my answer.
And I'll open that question up. I know we have very little time, but...
Anybody else?
Anyone else?
So, Andrew, it's going to probably sound wishy-washy to you, but this city has a lot of complex problems. We're a city of a little more than 29,000 residents, but at any point in the day, we have over 170,000 people in our city. So there's a lot of multifaceted issues. The thing that I like about being up here is I've got 6 people that I'm working with, and each one of us has a unique perspective on what the city means to them and what their contributions mean and their experiences in education. So this allows me to have trust in their focus areas, and my focus area continues to be building community, trying to get Ctac a unique and desirable, livable city that has a sense of unity and of interest. As you mentioned, people come through and, or we'll go and we'll do other meetings in other places. And they'll say, where are you from? And we say, Ctac. And they're like, well, where's that? And it's like, have you ever flown into Seattle? Yes, that's Ctac, what surrounds the airport. So again, notoriety, branding, building, that's my interest. But there are other much more important areas like the airport, like our budgeting, etc. And I have confidence that each one of my peers have got a good focus area on those.
Anybody else? Peter?
Yeah, so there are a lot of concerns. You want to know what the most pressing concern. So this changes, you know, turning red. This changes month to month.
Yeah, Peter, you finish your thought.
This sometimes changes day to day, but right now, top of my mind is involvement by the community. And the reason I say this is because the city has actually a lot of citizens advisory committees where the public gets a direct opportunity to advise the council directly, and yet the involvement application, hardly anyone applies. Almost all the committees have open positions available. We have created a specific open position on each committee for a teen, and no student has applied in the last 2 years. And yet when it comes time to make decisions, sometimes folks show up and say, oh, hold on, I want to be involved in this process. Well, that's the process. So how do we get the residents involved? Okay, that I think right now it has been a challenge in Ctac for years, and it remains a challenge. No easy solution, obviously. So that's what I have for you.
Okay, well, I wish everybody else could answer, but I think probably we would all answer somewhat similarly. So our time is up. But thank you very much for coming. I appreciate all of your answers, and you're coming in on the middle of the day on a Saturday, and the Husky game hasn't started yet, so
Not as far as I know.
if you run home, you can go see it. Anyway, thank you very much. And so, Christine, I'll let you do your wrap-up.
So thank you for coming. So now that you've interviewed, you can choose to stay here and listen to more, or you can go home and enjoy the day. I will be notifying everybody after the selection's been made. So there you go.
Thank you guys so much for at least entertaining me and letting me entertain you with my somewhat ramblings.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
Have a good day. Well, it's still 10 minutes before afternoon, so good morning.
Good morning to you too.
Thank you for coming in on a Saturday. The way this process will work out is we each have a question for you, so you'll have 6 questions total, and that should take about 15 minutes, which hopefully will leave us about 5 minutes for you to provide us with any information or ask us questions.
Okay.
Okay, so first question goes to Councilmember Fernald.
Good morning, Plumber. How are you?
I'm doing good. How about yourself?
Good, thank you. So please tell us why you submitted your application for the current opening of the SeaTac City Council.
Well, I was hoping to make an impact into the community. I know that this community isn't really...
Can you speak up a little, please?
This community isn't all too coming forward. I know there's some problems that people say, but they just never bring it up. So I was hoping I could bring something to the table that would empower more people to come into City Council and bring issues to the table, and we can help solve that.
Thank you.
Okay, I've been apologizing all morning because I wrote the long question. But at least you get it early on. So it's kind of a two-parter, and I'll clarify anything that you would like me to clarify. So regardless of the reasons that you wish to participate in public service as a council member, our task is to lead a city of 29,000 diverse individuals from many, many different backgrounds. Additionally, we craft and approve policy that supports and grows an enormous economy. How do you plan to be an effective leader to the entire city's residents and businesses?
So, as a resident, I also communicate with the neighborhood and talk to many of my neighbors and ask them questions on what do you like about the neighborhood, what can be improved, and so forth. And not only just this neighborhood, but I have a bunch of friends in every other neighborhood around the area, and I also ask them, like, what things do you like about your city, what things don't you like about your city, and see, like, what other improvements we can make. As for the business side, I'm currently going to school for accounting, so I look forward into, like, businesses and see what we can do to help them, what better not only themselves, but also the community around us.
Thank you. And Councilmember Wachtel?
Let me commend you for submitting an application at your age.
Thank you.
I think it's admirable, and I know you made your father very proud. Now for the question. Please describe how you have been an active part of the city, including council meetings and citizens advisory committee meetings.
Well, I recently went to my first council meeting, and seeing how people reacted was interesting, to say the least. And they were very vocal, and I got kind of a more broader view of how the community operates and how they view certain issues. But besides that, I have also volunteered at the library here and, like, helped tutor kids. I've also done tax returns for other people with United Way in the SeaTac Community Center. So even though I haven't been to many meetings, I've also been around the community.
Thank you very much.
Okay, Deputy Mayor Hill.
Thank you. Hi, Pumber.
Hello.
If you received a $1 million grant to use for the city any way you wanted, what would you do with it and why?
I would look to improve many of the city's qualities that it already builds strong upon. I know that we have a strong sense of community, even though we're kind of a small community. Everyone seems to understand that we're all in this together and we need to help each other out. So at first I would start off with schools, going to a majority of that so we could help build a brighter future, and then I would set aside some of it to help build the city more, as in, like, provide more for buildings and other subsidies.
Thank you. Okay, Councilmember Forschler.
Thank you. Thank you. Everything in SeaTac, everything that SeaTac needs to accomplish depends on the city's economic health. What do you see as the best 2 or 3 opportunities for economic development in SeaTac?
I'd say, thinking long-term, the first step would probably be helping our school system and building out to be better so we could further bring more talent that could also help with that. So it's not just a few people looking in the short-term future, but also in the long-term future, and with more people that could also help. As for more economic growth, I would also probably say helping build more of a community. Like in the recent meeting, we talked about tearing down the center in SeaTac, and thinking that we could build that into a farmer's or a much larger farmer's market with a bunch of diversity would really help, because it would not only bring more of a cultural gain but also an economic gain.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Kwan.
Thank you. Hello. Hello. So I'm looking for some specific examples. Can you provide some examples of how you have worked with the community or with the city in cooperative ways to make the city better?
So, as I previously mentioned, I've volunteered with United Way to help tax returns for the community for lower income people. I've also helped with students going anywhere from low grades like first or second grade all the way up to college when I was tutoring up in Valley View Library. Other than that, during middle school, we came in here for a trial and we saw the proceedings and how everything went.
All right, thanks.
Okay, thank you. So those are our 6 questions. Now, we're still in the green light. When it gets to yellow, it means we have 5 minutes. So we have more than 5 minutes. Would you like to tell us anything about yourself that we don't already know or wasn't on your resume, or ask us some questions?
Sure. I kind of would just like a question to all of you. Why did you join City Council? What did you hope to accomplish in your term as a City Council member?
All right. Who wants to go first? Joel.
You're not the first person to ask this question today. I came to the city 5 years ago, and I love the city. It's a great place, good community. Wasn't so happy with the people who were running the city, especially when they pushed through the utility tax. And that's when I became an activist. I started coming to council meetings regularly, stood at that lectern and told them what I thought, wrote to the blog, and I got to meet a lot of people who are now on the council, and I helped them run for office, and they won. It was great. And I never thought of running for office. I've never been in politics. And then they needed some people to run the next time the election came up. So after a long, hard thought, I thought about it. I said, you can't just throw darts at a problem. You have to be in there to fix it. And here I am, and it's really good for me. And working on this council has been a wonderful experience. And I think we've done a really good job for the city, and I feel proud of that. And that's why I got involved.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Pam, and then Fez?
So in 2007, some neighbors and I, a friend of mine and I, formed a neighborhood group called Neighbors Without Borders Action Committee. And we called it that because there were people that lived in Tukwila and SeaTac that were involved in this group. Because there's an artificial line, dividing line, that split Riverton Heights in half, in Military Road. So it all used to be county, and then it got split in half. Tukwila didn't annex far enough. But anyway, so we created this community group, and we had monthly meetings, and the neighbors would all come, and they'd vent, and we'd take notes and write things down, and we ended up coming to council with, after a while, we went to the Tukwila Council and the SeaTac Council with the same problems, which was traffic, crime, code enforcement issues, all that kind of stuff. So that got me all jazzed up. And so I just launched from there and ran for council in 2009 and got elected with the same issues that, and those issues from 2009 continue on. I mean, how many years later is that? I mean, things don't get fixed quickly, or if they do get fixed, they don't always maintain. So, I mean, it's constant. Everything's constantly changing. But I just wanted to see what, how I could continue to help and move the city forward.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Hill?
Thank you. So I moved to this community in 2009. I left Burien, which I was born and raised in that area, and I raised my children in that area within Burien. I'd always been very active volunteering in that community, and that was one of my principles raising my kids, was to be involved in community volunteering. So when we left Burien and we came over to SeaTac in 2009, I joined a neighborhood organization over there, and I've been serving on that board since, for 9 years, and I'm still active in there. Through that period, what I witnessed up here on the dais is a great division. There was opposing forces that seemed to prevent progress moving forward. 3 years ago, there was a significant majority change in the council up here, and collaboration and cooperation was more prevalent, and things started, in my opinion, moving in the right direction. We started eliminating the deficits and moving toward positive budgets, and working with the airport and getting some reciprocating value back from them instead of just being burdened by the impacts, the negative impacts. So it was a win-win for both. With that going in the right direction, I felt that trying to become on the council would allow me to up my volunteerism more than just serving on that local community board and picking up trash, to join up here and try to make a more significant improvement, to build a cohesive community in SeaTac instead of just focused on my neighborhood, but trying to join all neighborhoods together as a city.
Thank you.
Gentlemen, anybody down at this end have some pearls? Rick?
So last time I was asked this, I had 1 minute, so I know I can do this fast. Our family was in the area before SeaTac was even incorporated. I felt like there were some problems. I felt like actually that some of the citizens were being abused by the city, and so I wanted to get involved. But I spent a number of years, almost 20 years, being involved in different ways before I ever ran for city council. This is my second term on the council, and I think we're making some good progress.
Okay. Thank you.
Go.
Councilmember Kwan?
Yeah. So the question is not too tough to answer, because my original intent was just to make SeaTac better in any way possible, right? However, the specific goals change, day to day, week to week. In the beginning, my main focus was financial stability and economic development. Then it has shifted to transportation and airport-related stuff. Then it has shifted to, how to reduce crime and how to get the community more involved. And so the community involvement has lately been a lot more of my focus, so the city has created a new committee called the Arts, Culture, and Library Advisory Committee. And one of the goals of that committee was to bring more arts and culture to SeaTac, which SeaTac has been, I guess, underrepresented in arts and culture in the King County area. So the recent challenge has been how to get the community actually involved, right? And so that currently has been an elusive thing to achieve, and it's not just SeaTac. I know, a lot of other cities have the same problem. We have a lot of, I think, 10 or more than 10 citizens advisory committees, and most of them have vacancies, so people don't apply. They should apply and be involved in a process. So that lately, I guess recently, has been more of my focus. But it changes all the time. It's like, before you get in, you have some ideas, but then after you get in, oftentimes those goals change, and it changes because the city is constantly changing, right? So that's the best answer I have for you.
Thank you.
I blame it on 3 different people. I start with my dad. Bless his heart. He told me once, I don't care what you do with your life as long as you make a difference in somebody's life every day. So thanks, Dad. So here I am. I blame it on Councilmember Forschler. That man, don't ever tell him anything because he never forgets anything you say. And I remember exactly where I was, and I could probably actually go back in my calendar from 2010. And I remember saying to Rick Forschler, a man I'd never met in person, who was just, talking about some of the issues in the city, and who might be able to run for office. I remember saying to him, yeah, I'll run. He never forgot that, and he reminded me, and not more than a year later, no, it was about 6 months later, called me on the phone and said, well, you're running, right? It's like, oh. So I did. I did not prevail in that election. And then Rick did it again. Well, Aaron, you're going to run again, aren't you? So here I am. So it's your fault. And then I also blame my husband, who, when I was looking for a way out, because I knew how busy I would be, and this takes up a lot of your life, and I work. I said, Tom, why do I have to do this? And his favorite phrase is, it must be done. So, and it does. It must be done. There's work that needs to be done, and it must be done. So I put my name on a sign and asked people to vote for me, and they did, and here I am. So the bigger picture, though, is I've lived here for 30 years, and I love this place, in spite of all of its pimples and warts. SeaTac's a great place to live, and my only goal was to continue along those lines, keep it a good place to live for everybody, and I love this place, so that's why I'm sitting up here. Any other questions for us? Did everybody get to answer? Yes. Okay. Yeah. So any other questions for us or anything else? You still have a yellow light, so.
Yeah, just one more question. Councilmember Kwan mentioned that there are a lot of vacancies within some of the citizen committees, and I was wondering, what are you guys doing to, bring that forth to more people, let them recognize, hey, we need help in this, and, more specifically, what are you doing with the youth to bring them more active into the community?
Yeah,
go ahead and answer
so,
that, Peter.
I actually went to Tyee. We, in all of our citizens advisory committees, we actually have a single position in every single committee that's reserved for a teen. And so the only qualification is that you're a kid that lives in Ctac and wants to be involved with the committee. They meet once a month. So I actually did go to Tyee. I talked with the principal there, and I said, hey, we have this open position. Let your students know. If anyone applies, at this point, if one kid applies to one committee, they're going to get accepted because there's no one else that's applying. Nobody applied. I also went out to various different community organizations and let them know that we have vacancies in all of these other committees, and if anyone applies, chances are they'll be able to get in to the committees. Very few people applied. So a lot of the challenges, I think, is getting people interested in what's going on and to participate in the process. I know that folks have lately been more interested and aware of what's happening, and they show up to the council meetings, but that's not where the discussions really take place. The discussions take place in the committees for months and years at a time, and to hash things out, and then finally it comes in front of the council at a council meeting for discussion by council and vote at that point. Usually by that time, all of the discussions that have taken place have figured out all of the different intricacies of whatever the topics happen to be. Right? That's where people need to be involved. Not to just come at the last minute at the council meeting and say, oh, hold on, I need to be part of this as well, right? It's too late at that point in most cases because some of these things have been discussed over years. So that's what I have for you.
Thank you.
Peter, you're amazing. Look at that. The red light turned.
Perfect timing, right?
So thank you for coming in today in the middle of a Saturday. Looks like the sun's out, so we appreciate your time. Thank you for applying and for your interest. And so I'll let Christina say the wrap up.
So now that you've interviewed, you are welcome to stay and listen to the other interviews, or you're also free to go home, go do whatever you need to do. I will be notifying all the candidates of the decision after it's made.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You too.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Joe, I think you're having too much fun with this. I mean, look at that smile.
It's better to be here than there.
I don't know about that. Good afternoon. How are you?
Good afternoon. How are you?
Yeah, good, thanks. Thanks for coming in on a Saturday. So the process is we're going to each ask you a question, so there'll be 6 questions total, and that should take about 15 minutes. That should leave us about 5 minutes for you to then give us any additional information about yourself and or even ask us questions.
Okay.
Okay. So, Councilmember Fernald.
Good afternoon, Brandon. How you doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm good. Good to see you. So, this is really a hard question. Please tell us why you submitted your application for the current opening on the SeaTac City Council.
Yeah, so I'm on the Planning Commission right now, the City Council, or the City Ctac, and I think this is the next step I'd like to take in getting professional experience and serving the residents and businesses of the City of Ctac.
Thank you.
Okay, well, you met me the other day, so you know I'm a little wordy, so you won't be surprised to hear that I managed to write the longest question, so bear with me. Regardless of the reasons you wish to participate in public service as a council member, our task is to lead a city of 29,000 diverse individuals from many, many different backgrounds. Additionally, we craft and approve policy that supports and grows an enormous economy. How do you plan to be an effective leader to the entire city's residents and businesses?
So I bring some experiences with my education. I have a bachelor's degree from Western Washington University in 2011 and returned to school back at Highline College with degrees in accounting and business. And I've learned quite a bit about budgeting and how financial reports are kind of ran. So I think with those things in mind, you take a look at the diversity and the citizens of Ctac and the services we can provide. I've gone through the Community Police Academy, the Ctac Citizens Leadership Academy. I've gone through King County, I think it was a fire academy. It's like a training for a 8-week course, but essentially kind of learning the different organizations and different structures and how those operate and how we can better serve the residents and businesses of Ctac. So for me, kind of being still a young person, you can say, yes, I maybe lack experience, but where I maybe don't necessarily have 20, 30 years of professional working experience, I still have a lot of potential to learn. So I think that's one of my strengths that I can bring and hopefully best represent the communities and businesses.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Wachtel?
Good afternoon. You've answered a lot of my question on your application, but I am going to ask you to just list the items because I know you have a full hand on this one. Please describe how you've been an active part of the city, including council meetings and citizen advisory committee.
Sure. So, depending on schedule and balancing with work and whatnot. So, I was appointed by Mayor Michael Steekes at the time to serve on the Planning Commission back in November of 2017. And from there, I want to say I think I almost had like perfect attendance. And I've essentially gone through the different leadership things that the city kind of put together. And from there, I've made an effort to reach out to other different committees within the city runs. I think I've attended a couple of financial planning committees. I've attended, went to Puget Sound Regional Council meeting. Try to get the experiences from those and just continue to network. I think, if anything, kind of the expanding on where I learned and the experiences that I took away from those meetings, kind of saw where I could spend my time. For example, I also attended a couple of Parks and Recreations meetings. So just sitting in on meetings when and where I can, and then also every other week attempting to attend the regular council meetings to kind of stay on top of what's going on within the city. And if I can, if I have time, taking a look at what's going on. I know that the online meetings are posted, so taking a look at what's on the agenda has been pretty helpful when I come to those meetings.
Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Hill.
Hello, Brandon.
Hi.
So, if you received a $1 million grant to use for the city any way you wanted, what would you do with it and why?
There's no conditions.
Great clarifying question. Yes, no strings attached.
Well, I'd like to make sure, one, that continue to meet the city's mission and vision of having a fiscal responsible budget. So I think if there's any deficient areas that may need funding, we can take a look at those and prioritize from there. And then the other thing, kind of depending on rules and regulations, if we can somehow invest the money and use that to make more money in some kind of sustainable or increased revenue way, I would favor that.
Thank you. Councilmember Forschler.
Thank you. Hi, Brandon. Everything Ctac needs to accomplish depends on the city's economic health. What do you see as the best 2 or 3 opportunities for economic development in Ctac?
So I think in the planning for the future years, Ctac is on course to become a sustainable city. So our boundaries are essentially kind of limiting us in terms of where we can develop and what we can develop, just being limited properties available. So of those, sorry, make sure I answer your question. Can you go ahead and repeat that for me?
Sure. The last part there was, what do you see as the best 2 or 3 opportunities for economic development in Ctac?
So I think serving on the Planning Commission has kind of opened my eyes a little bit too, in terms of where the kind of what the city could benefit from. I'm kind of an advocate of the SeaTac Center and developing that land. I think, if we can produce some kind of better development that would essentially allow both residents and businesses to benefit from that, I think that's one focus I'd like us to work on. I've heard over the meetings that there's plans for or talk about some kind of convention center. So whether or not we can do that, if that makes economic sense, that'd be something I think working into. Taking kind of look at other spaces and kind of creating a sustainable plan. Kind of one proposal I think so it require maybe some work, but maybe looking at bringing some kind of university setting to the city of SeaTac. In particular, kind of looking at the resources at Boundary right now and that center, the city of SeaTac center that's kind of been proposed. Take a look at the demographics of the area too. I've looked at that. It's a very diverse area, and take a look at the graduation rates in the schools, and just kind of playing around with different ideas. You know, what can benefit both the community and the citizens there, and maybe perhaps one idea would be to look at something like that, whether it's like a partnership with the University of Washington or a different educational organization we could bring in. One, it would help with retention of the citizens, help the young people get education they need in a close proximity that they might not otherwise have, and I think that would definitely help bring up the economics, educational investments for future generations, because those are going to be our future leaders someday. So it's pretty important that I think we invest in young people's time.
Thank you. And Councilmember Kwan.
Thank you. Hello. So I'm looking for some specific examples, if you have any. Can you provide some examples of how you have worked with the community or with the city in cooperative ways to make SeaTac better?
So I think participating in the sponsored activities the city has is one step to understanding how I can better balance my time to help the city out. So, you know, the Community Leadership Academy, learning about those activities. I would have liked to have participated in the back to school fair that's hosted at the Valley Ridge Park. Maybe in the coming years I can get more involved in that and continue to reach out to the communities. Growing up in SeaTac, I've done some environmental cleanups, whether it's picking up trash, whether it's, you know, taking care of things for a neighbor. Try to do the best I can, so where I can, so.
Great, thanks.
Thank you. So those are your 6 big questions. Thank you for those. We have some time where you can tell us a little bit more about yourself and anything else. Otherwise, you could also ask us questions. So.
Sure. I think I'm good on any questions I have at this point. Do you guys have any further questions you'd like to ask me or anything else I can clarify?
Council? So clarifying questions that we've already asked. Okay.
I'd add to expand on Peter's question. So
yeah,
I've briefly worked at the YMCA for a period of time, and although not in the city of SeaTac, well, I worked at the Y, I think back in 2015, 2016-ish. And then when I was up at school at Western Washington University, this is in a different county, I've served as a kind of a youth basketball coach. So just kind of different activities and ways that I can get involved and stay involved in the city. It's an experience.
Rick?
Maybe I could just follow up on an answer that he gave to my question. You mentioned the possibility of locating some university-type courses or campus or something here. Were you thinking that in terms of leveraging the fact that we have the airport here, or what, or was it just university courses as because it would serve the citizens, or what was your thinking there?
Well, it's my understanding that I think it might probably be pending, but the city of Tukwila wants to build a justice center that's adjacent to the Tukwila Ctac boundary, and perhaps it's worth looking into to see if something like that is feasible, maybe in conjunction with some kind of affordable housing up there. I know we had kind of gone through with on the planning commission, we talked about the multifamily design standards that kind of came up that might allow a project, something like that, to be built. Not necessarily the educational building center. That would probably have to be discussed, see if something like that makes sense. But yeah, so that area there, I think, if you take a look at the Foster High School and maybe even our own high schools in terms of how we can improve, I guess, the quality of education and the graduation success rates, I think something looking into.
Thank you. Anything else you'd like for us to know about you?
Not at this time.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much for coming in today in the middle of a Saturday. Sure. And Christine, I'll let you do the wrap-up.
Great, thank you. So now that you've interviewed, you're more than welcome to stay and listen to other interviews or go out, enjoy the day. I will be notifying all of the applicants at the end of the day what the decision is.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Have a good day.
Thanks, Brandon. Thank you, Council.
Stanley Toombs. And Joe always says have fun, so have a seat.
I'll go again. Seems we were just together about 12 hours ago.
Yes. This has been it's been a long and close week.
Yeah, and you guys want to go to lunch. Thank you for putting me there.
All right, well, thank you for coming, Mr. Toombs. We'll be formal here, although I guess we called Vicki, didn't we? Thanks for coming, Stanley. So the way this process will work out today is that each one of us has a question for you, and that should take about 10-15 minutes, and then we'll have another 5 or so for you to tell us a little bit more about yourself, tell us anything we don't already know about you, or ask us questions. So with that, I'm going to pass it off to Councilmember Fernald for the first question.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, madam.
Okay, this is going to be the hardest question you're going to get. Please tell us why you submitted your application for the current opening on the SeaTac City Council.
To me, it was obvious that I participate in the community. I care about the future and present of the community, and I have the time and interest in participating.
Thank you.
My answers are going to be very brief, so please don't think that it's because I don't care more. It's just that my style is brief.
There you go. Thank you.
Well, you know my style isn't brief or succinct, so you probably won't be surprised to hear that I wrote the longest question, so bear with me, and if you need clarification, just ask. So regardless of the reasons that you wish to participate in public service as a council member, our task is to lead a city of 29,000 diverse individuals from many, many different backgrounds. Additionally, we craft and approve policy that supports and grows an enormous economy. How do you plan to be an effective leader to the entire city's residents and businesses?
Well, I think the most important thing is the concept that we are a team, that I'm not a leader. I participate in a leadership committee. I don't make policy by myself. It's a consensus of our wisdom and hopefully our best judgment as to how we can achieve the goals that have been set forth. We can make the best decisions for, how to direct our endeavors, how to spend our money, and try and predict what the future is going to hold so that we can be best prepared to get there.
Thank you. Next up is Councilmember Wachtel.
Good afternoon. Please describe how you've been an active part of the city, including council meetings and citizens advisory committee meetings.
I was an annoyance for showing up at a lot of meetings long before I had an appointed position on the planning commission. I filled a vacancy by appointment to the planning commission, and then I was appointed for a full term to the planning commission. I show up for, I think, just about every city council meeting. And I realize there's a lot of people who don't have a schedule that allows them to do that, but I know that there's hundreds of people who watch it at home and have done no less than I have done simply by being here in the room.
Thank you.
Okay, Deputy Mayor Hill.
Hello, Stanley. So, if you received a $1 million grant to use for the city any way you wanted, what would you do with it and why?
Having just witnessed a good part of the budgeting process, realize that can only be a fantasy. But if suddenly we did come into another $1 million, which we may in about a year, that's going to be a hard question to answer as to where it will best fit. I would tend to go in the direction of trying to make it a safer community rather than some of the other endeavors that have been proposed. I think that we face the same problem of every other airport city across the nation and across the world. There's a certain stigma to the fact that we don't have the highest valued real estate. That brings with it a whole host of problems. One of the things is our commitment as leadership to the community is we have to have as safe a community as our revenues will allow.
Councilmember Forshaw.
Thank you. Okay, everything that Ctac needs to accomplish depends on the city's economic health. Mm-hmm. What do you see as the best 2 or 3 opportunities for economic development in Ctac?
Well, this is going to be something that most of you probably already realize, that it's going to be the best use of our existing real estate. We've got 8 acres undeveloped that is sitting ready to have someone do something with, and we have the opportunity to direct it to its best potential use, highest and best use. That would be one thing I would think. We've got several dormant properties that have been previously developed and now sit idle, and that we really need to get behind the private sector that have the development expertise and capital to redevelop those properties and do whatever we can to motivate them to choose this location as opposed to our neighboring cities.
Okay, Councilmember Juan.
Thank you, Stanley. So I'm looking for some specific examples, if you have any. Can you provide some examples of how you have worked with the community or with the city in cooperative ways to make Ctac better?
Planning Commission, I think, is one of the most critical elements of our city leadership. We advise our council using our best judgment and the expertise of the people both from the community and from the business community as to what we believe makes the best sense both for the present and for the future. It is complicated, and anyone who doesn't, I invite them to come and fill one of the empty seats as they become available, and they will soon learn that anything that looks simple about that process is wrong. It is very complicated. And as you know, that we used to have our meetings here in this room, and sitting on the dais and looking out there, that mere 20 feet, that is an enormous distance when you realize the gravity that any decision you make benefits some part of our community and harms another part of our community. There's no complete win-win on most of these decisions. That we do things that we hope will be in the best interests of as many people as we can, but at the same time realizing that there could be potentials that people will be displaced, and that is a terrible burden to put on city leadership. The fact that someone may have to relocate in order to accommodate changes that are evolving around us, many of those that we have no control over. So many of the items that come through from the Puget Sound Regional Council, Sound Transit, these are not things that necessarily are our choice, but they're things nonetheless that we have to respond to.
Thank you.
All right, that was your 6 questions. Now you have some time, if you would like to take it, to tell us a little bit more about yourself, or if there's anything else you would like us to know, or ask questions.
Actually, you probably know way too much about me already. My faux and my, rude sense of humor, is nothing I can do about your knowledge of that now. Possibly one thing you don't know. I have 2 pictures above my bulletin board, one of Steve Cox and one of Steve Underwood. Every day, that's what I see when I have my cup of coffee and open my email. And I often go back to that bulletin board when I think I'm having a bad day and realize that there are people that don't know me, just never met me, don't know anything about me, that are willing to lay down their life to protect me or to try and save my life. Our first responders, whether they be fire, paramedic, or police, have an enormous responsibility and do that gladly. I mean, there's not any other professional I deal with, be it an attorney, physician, tax preparer, that is going to lay down their life for me. But yet, an unknown police officer or fireman takes that as just a given for his job. And that is the standard that I look to. These are the people we need to hold up as our heroes. And that anything we do as civil leadership pales in comparison to what they're committed to. Let's go to lunch.
Thank you, Stanley. Thanks for your time today and your application. Christina, do you want to do your wrap-up speech?
Just real quick, Stanley. So, yes, we are going to take a break for lunch now, but you are welcome to come back this afternoon if you'd like to hear other interviews. Otherwise, I will be sending out notification to all the applicants once we have a decision.
Okay.
Thank you.
So we will recess at this time for a break and come back at, should we say 1:25 to give us a chance to get seated? Okay. So we'll be back at 1:25. Our special council meeting. And Joe will go and find our next candidate. Thank you.
Hello.
Good afternoon. Welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming in. Okay, we'll let you get comfortable. Yeah, as comfortable as you can be in those chairs.
I've seen worse, so it's okay.
Yeah, those aren't the worst. So, well, thank you. So, the process today is we are going to have 6 questions for you. Each one of us has a question. That should take between 10 and 15 minutes, and then we'll have about 5 minutes after that for you to provide any additional information for us or to ask us questions.
Awesome.
Okay?
Thank you.
You're welcome. So, we will start with Councilmember Fernald.
Good afternoon, Nimco.
Good afternoon.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good, good. I'm having a good time.
Yes, the sun is out, so that's always great.
Okay. Please tell us why you submitted your application for the current opening on the SeaTac City Council.
Thank you for that question. Like I've said, my name is Nimco Bilale. I've been a resident here of Ctac for more or less 21 years. So for most of my life, I've lived here in the city. I'm putting my name forward to be considered for the vacant city council position, number 5, because I want to do my part and help Ctac continue to thrive. I believe that now, more than ever, we need more leaders who will collaborate and listen to diverse community perspectives. I have the knowledge, experience, and passion to bring people together and find viable solutions to our city's toughest problems. I have dedicated my career to driving positive change in my community and will continue to do that if appointed. I can't see myself making my home anywhere else. I hope to live in this city forever and want to play an active role in making sure Ctac is a great place for the children of our community as they grow. The time is right for unique perspectives that reflect our growing and diverse community. My experience in board governance, project management, education, and community leadership is needed so that we have a broad spectrum of understanding to ensure when decisions are made at the council table, they're a reflection of the entire Ctac community. I truly believe that the strongest communities are anchored in the spirit of collaboration. I have the skills and experience to connect various segments of our community to discover shared objectives and work together towards finding innovative and attainable solutions. I'm also not afraid to speak my mind or ask the tough questions that will be needed at the council table. In the end, I'm always thoughtful, transparent, and honest in decision-making processes. We live in an incredible community that's been very good to my family, and I want to do my part and give back to the community that has supported and encouraged my family. I see opportunities to make Ctac even better. I see significant challenges coming before our city, and I have a genuine passion for the Ctac community, its people, and its future success. I'm determined to close the achievement gap in education, empower our refugee and immigrant communities, and break down the systemic barriers of opportunity. I was born in Mogadishu, Somalia, raised in Ctac. My family have been residents, homeowners, taxpayers, voters, and business owners here in Ctac for over 21 years. I've been organizing and serving folks in my community for over a decade. I work hard and conduct myself with integrity and commitment. I intend to be true to those values in all that I do for the Ctac community. If appointed, I will fight for an inclusive Ctac that ensures a quality education for our children, safe communities for our families, and respect for our rights. I will be a bridge between Ctac city government and the community it serves. It would be an honor to serve on the city council and respectfully ask for your vote.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So my question is a little bit long. My apologies. If you need clarification of anything, let me know. So regardless of the reasons that you wish to participate in public service as a council member, our task is to lead a city of 29,000 diverse individuals from many, many different backgrounds. Additionally, we craft and approve policy that supports and grows an enormous economy. How do you plan to be an effective leader to the city's to the entire city's residents and businesses?
Can you repeat the last part of that question one more time?
Sure. Yeah, sorry, I kind of flubbed that one. So I'll just say, additionally, we craft and approve policy that supports and grows an enormous economy. How do you plan to be an effective leader to the entire city's residents and businesses?
Well, I would like to start off by saying that one of the things that I know that you will see and you can count on me for is that I am accessible, effective, and committed. When I talk about our community, I mean to include all of our Ctac residents and businesses as well. And so part of what I will be doing is making sure that I'm listening to what community members are saying, what businesses are saying as well. So making sure that there's really input from all stakeholders, from all aspects of the Ctac community. I think it's really important that they're part of, that they feel included in the process of what it looks like to move effective policy, and that they feel heard and listened to as well. And so that is something that I will commit to doing, is to be able to be a bridge builder and to make sure that diverse perspectives of the city are all being included in what, in co-designing what policy looks like.
Thank you. Okay, Councilmember Wachtel.
Please describe how have you been an active part of the city, including council meetings and citizen advisory committee meetings.
Thank you for that great question. I am a community organizer really at heart. Part of what I think is really important is making sure that Ctac residents and business owners are all part of what it, to have a say in how city government and how this, what the city looks like moving forward. And so I've really been involved in civic engagement opportunities, whether it's getting out the vote, speaking with Ctac residents around what issues are most important to them. We've done voter registration drives and really have making sure that civic participation is an important part of what we do here in Ctac as well, and making sure that all voices are heard. As far as advisory councils, I have not had the opportunity to participate, but look forward to making that a priority.
Thank you.
Okay, Deputy Mayor Hill.
Thank you. Hi, Nimco.
Hi, Mayor Hill, Deputy Mayor.
If you received a $1 million grant to use for the city any way that you wanted, what would you do with it and why?
What would I do with it? Well, I know that it's not something that I would be the only one that would have a say in. So I think that it would be really important to make sure that that community members know that this money exists and that we're listening to what their priorities are. And so rather than assuming that I know what is best for Ctac residents and what they'd like to do with the $1 million. I think that what I would first do is to really go around and engage all stakeholders and ask them what are their priorities, what are the most important things that they see that they need here in the city, and what would they like to do with that $1 million, and then from there go and really be able to take what folks are saying and synthesize that and think about what does it look like to craft a policy that's been designed and has had input from all stakeholders within the city.
Okay, Councilmember Forschler.
Thank you. Okay, so everything that Ctac needs to accomplish depends on the city's economic health. What do you see as the best 2 or 3 opportunities for economic development in Ctac?
Those are really good questions. Can you repeat the last part? What do I see as the...
Yeah, what do you see as the best 2 or 3 opportunities for economic development in Ctac?
I think the top 2 things that come to mind for me are jobs. So making sure that we're sustaining the jobs that we have here in Ctac, and making sure that we're also inviting and really being able to bring in more jobs here in the city. And also another one is transportation. I think that light rail and finding more sustainable and transit-oriented development are also really huge drivers for economic development. So continuing, I think, on that path, I think that Ctac is really doing an amazing job making sure that we are sustaining our jobs here, making sure that folks that live here and that work here can continue to live, grow, and really be able to be part of the city of Ctac as well. Those are the two really big things that I see as drivers of economic development here in Ctac. And then always housing affordability, I think, is something that we can all continue to work on, and that many cities are also finding ways to find solutions, sustainable solutions for what's coming up around housing affordability as well. Thank you.
Councilmember Kwan.
Thank you. Hello.
Hi.
So I'm actually looking for some specific examples, if you have any. Can you provide some examples of how you have worked with the community or with the city in cooperative ways to make the city better?
To make the city better? I'd mentioned earlier, a lot of my work is involved in engaging Ctac residents in civic life and civic engagement, and so really thinking about voter registration, IDing issues that are coming up for our residents here in Ctac, thinking about what business owners are also experiencing as well, and so being able to be collaborative in really thinking about a needs assessment when it comes to what are the most salient issues and biggest issues that our residents and are encountering. And so we, like I've mentioned earlier, we've really done canvassing where we'd go and door knock and speak to residents around what are the issues that are coming up for them. Also, we've done voter registration drives and have really done a huge walk around the city of Ctac and really engaging in what are the issues that are coming up here for everybody and what are potential solutions as well.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for the answers to those 6 questions. Now we have a little bit of time for you to give us anything else you would like us to know about you, or ask us some questions. Would be okay too?
Absolutely. I did want to let you all know, I wasn't sure if it was appropriate earlier, but since I've submitted my application for the vacant position, I've been appointed as a commissioner for the King County Immigrant and Refugee Commission, and was wanting to let you all know about that as well. Would you guys like the letter, or just let you know that that's happened?
I think if you want to give us a letter, that'd be okay. You can give it to our city clerk.
Okay.
Okay. Anything else you'd like us to know, or do you have questions for us?
Just have a few remarks before we end. So really, my primary goal in seeking the appointment for the vacant city council is to preserve and improve the quality of life here in Ctac. This is my home, this is my family's home, and it's been very good to us. I grew up and continue to live in Ctac. I've attended Highline Public Schools and grew up with the benefits of our parks, libraries, airport, and other amenities. I believe such facilities are important, and I pledge to keep working to make sure that it's accessible for all Ctac residents. I believe that we achieve this as a community by electing city council, city officials who care about the people's needs and work towards them. I've decided to devote my time to community development and organizing, not to do something grand, but to help wherever I can. I want to use my experience and energy to represent and serve our Ctac community as a council member, and hope that you will consider me. You can always count on me to be accessible, to be effective, and committed to the future of our great city.
All right.
And I guess my question would be just a process question around what are next steps following these interviews.
Okay, well, I'm going to let our city clerk answer that because she's the boss of that stuff.
Okay, so after the interviews today, the council is going to recess into an executive session where they're going to discuss the qualifications of all of the applicants. They will then come out into open session and do nominations and appoint one member. That person then in 2 weeks at the October 23rd council meeting will be sworn in and will begin serving until the November 2019 general election certification.
Thank you all so much for your time.
Thank you very much. Thanks for coming and have a great day.
You too.
Thanks.
So NIMCO, now that you have finished your interviews, you're welcome to stay and you can listen to the remaining interviews, or you can go about your day. I will be notifying all of the applicants of the decision at the end of the day.
Thank you.
Thank you. So Mayor, while the next one's not scheduled until 2:10, Joe's going to check and see if they're here and ready to go. Otherwise, we'll just need to take a short break.
Madam Mayor, Tequila is in the middle of an interview right now in the parking lot. He asked if he could start at 2 o'clock instead of, I think 2:15 was his scheduled time. I asked him if he could move up, so he said 2 o'clock would be fine.
Sure,
So
that's fine. So
if you want to take a
why don't
short
we
break.
recess until 2 p.m.?
Thank you.
Thank you.
As I said to all the candidates today, have fun.
Good. Welcome. Thank you for coming today. So the process for today will be that each one of us has a question for you, so 6 total. That should take between 10 and 15 minutes. And then we will have about, 5 minutes or so for you to provide any additional information for us and or ask us any questions. And then we'll wrap it up. So thank you. So I will turn this over to Councilmember Fernald, who gets to go first.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So the first question is, please tell us why you submitted your application for the current opening on the SeaTac City Council.
Thank you. It's a great question. I have submitted that application for 2 reasons. Number one, I have lived in Ctac for so many years. Ctac is my home, my family, my friends, my community. So I want to serve people of Ctac. And number two, people of Ctac asked me to step up and serve them.
Okay. Could you repeat that? The
So
second
number
one.
two,
The second.
people of Ctac, my families, the communities, they have asked me to step up and serve them.
Okay, thank you. So I get to go next. I apologize in advance. I wrote the longest question, and it's kind of a two-parter, so if you need me to clarify anything, let me know.
Sure.
So, so regardless of the reasons you wish to participate in public service as a council member, our task is to lead a city of 29,000 diverse individuals from many, many different lands and backgrounds. Additionally, we craft and approve policy that supports and grows our enormous economy. How do you plan to be an effective leader to the entire city's residents and businesses?
It's a great question again. I am part of these communities. I know the challenge that our city is facing. I know the challenge that residents of Ctac are facing. I have a combined experience and skills. I'm graduate of the University of Washington in politics, philosophy, and economics, minor with the business. I have skills that I have brought from school. I'm a union rep by profession. I negotiated a lot of contracts between big employers and workers. I understand the challenge, the questions, the need to listen to communities. So I want to listen to community of people of Ctac, community of Ctac, and work for them and work with them.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Wachtel.
Thank you.
please answer specifically. Please describe how you've been an active part of the city, including council meetings and citizen advisory committee meetings.
When I came to America, my first job was at Ctac Airport. In 2013, I lead my co-workers with the people of Ctac to raise minimum wage. I knocked hundreds door. I spoke with many of Ctac residents. I know their challenge. I know most of people who live in Ctac. We worked really well and won that campaign, and as a result of that now, we have a lot of people who work at airport, who work in Ctac, earning a better wage and helping their families. So I see myself in every household of Ctac residents. That's how I see myself connected to the community. I came to City Council meeting. You all saw me here over the last few months as well, testifying, and even asking you to go down Ctac Center, meet with the small businesses, and some of you did, and bridge boulders. So that's how I have been connected and get involved in Ctac communities.
Thank you.
Okay, Deputy Mayor Hill.
Thank you. Hi, Tequila. If you received a $1 million grant to use for the city any way you wanted, what would you do with it and why?
Well, I am good at budget. I'm a budget person. I will put that money into 3 different areas. Number 1, I put that money into human service. We have a challenge around human service, a lack of human service issue here in Ctac, so I put that money in human service. And I also put some part of that money into helping small businesses, women-owned and immigrant refugee-owned businesses, and help them thrive, help them succeed in Ctac. And number 3, I'll put some of that money into school. I have 3 daughters who were born and raised here in Ctac. My first daughter just started his school last month. She's very excited. So I want to put that money into school, and we want to build a future Ctac. And the way we can do that is by investing in schools.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Forschler.
Thank you. Okay, everything in Ctac, everything that Ctac needs to accomplish depends on the city's economic health. What do you see as the best 2 or 3 opportunities for economic development in Ctac?
Great question. I have taught that for so many years, and one of the things I would do is in Ctac we have rising demand service here. People wake up morning, they don't have a place where to get a coffee. So I want to create a means to create small businesses and bring small business into Ctac. And number 2, we have 100,000 people passing through Ctac Airport every single day, and we're not using those people. We have a lot of hotels here. People stay in hotel here, they go downtown for food. So we want to create more small business around and around this city so that people can stay here and eat here, and that we can get a tax, and also they can invest in Ctac. And number 3, I want to work with the port. Port has huge impact here, and I want Ctac to be on table in every issue that is made at Port of Seattle that impact in one way or other way people of Ctac.
Okay. Thank you, Councilmember Kwan.
Thank you. Hello. How are you? Hello. I am looking for some specific examples. If you have any specific examples, can you provide some examples of how you have worked with the community or with the city in cooperative ways to make Ctac better?
That's a great question. Yes. So the most recent example is me testifying right here on that microphone, inviting all of you to go and have conversation with over 16 small business that's being displaced from Ctac Center. So that was me creating a bridge, having a
creating a way of city government can have a conversation with the resident to solve issues. I believe having honest conversation is the best way of solving issues, and that's one way. Number two, I'm involved in so many East African community, from a capacity of being community liaison to a board member to a treasurer. And I'm also part of SeaTac Community Coalition, a founder and a member here in SeaTac. And I also do participate in Neighborhood Action Committee, one of the SeaTac communities umbrella. This is the way I've been involved in community. I continue involving. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so you made it through your 6.
That wasn't easy. Good.
Good. So, so we have a little bit of time. Is there anything that you would like to share with us that we don't know and would be helpful in our consideration?
Yes, I have actually something to deliver. As you see back here, a lot of these people are here to speak, but public comment is not allowed today. So we were kind of really creative around how we can deliver still our message. So we have a postcard here that I'm going to deliver to you.
Okay, so we always deliver it to the city clerk. Thank you. She's our go-between.
So that's one thing. And the other thing I want to share is I raised with a family. My mom always taught me how to be a visionary, how to be a hard worker, how to help people. My dad taught me how to be a truth, regardless of whatever happened. Always believe in truth, follow truth road. When I came to America, I have only $50 in my pocket. And one thing I know, principle that I believe in, I always carry with me, is in America, if you work hard, if you dream bigger, you can be successful. And tonight, as part of that journey, I am here to represent my community, to represent a disenfranchised community, to represent underrepresented communities. Also, when I get here, I had a heavy accent, not even good at English, limited English. So I work hard to put myself through school and work in 2 jobs, over 55 hours per week, so that I can improve my English, I can improve my academic, at the same time be able to help my 3 daughters. And now, today on this stage, I have kids who look like me back here. I want to show them that in America, if they work hard, there's nothing that they can't achieve. And that's why I'm here on this seat today.
Thank you. So, council members, any additional clarifying questions? Okay, Deputy Mayor Hill.
Off of Mayor Sitterly's question, you had indicated that you know the challenges that the city is facing, and I'm very interested to understand what you feel those issues are. Can you share those with me, please?
Yes, I'll give you one quick example. Public safety is one of the big issues, and if I get appointed, one of the first things I want to discuss with you is to create public safety committee. A committee that will work with the communities and recommend to city councils issue around crime in our city. We have this small 6 square feet city. It's not just a big house, and we have 30,000 people living in this town and 100,000 people passing through this small house every single day. So we need a safe neighborhood, and that is one of the area I want to work on, creating public safety committee, bring stakeholders into that committee, and make sure our Ctac remains safe.
Okay. Thank you. Anybody else? Any other clarifying questions? No? Okay. Well, do you have any questions for us?
I do have a quick thing. I don't know how many minutes I have.
Probably about
8 minutes.
About 8 minutes.
I have 8 minutes? I can talk more.
Here's your big chance.
Well, I'm going to use my 8 minutes. I want to share with you 2 things here. Number one, I want to share with you about a budget. I know a small city like Ctac, we have a small budget, but we got to be smart how to use that. I mentioned earlier, I'm a budget person, and budget is the most important element of Ctac City life. I know a budget, I know how it works, I know how to explain a budget to a regular citizens who don't have a budget experience. I took higher accounting class when I was in UW, which allowed me to have a deep understanding and the knowledge of legal regulation of accounting, budgeting, and also a state requirement that city need to balance their budget. So I'm going to bring, I would not be fresh if I get on city council and next morning I'll start working on issues. Second thing I want to bring up here is also balancing a budget. I know some of you are fiscal conservative. I appreciate that. I also have give a huge room for disagreement. There has to be disagreement if there will be agreement. So I believe in that. So the one way of improving our budget, we want to put Ctac on very strong and sustainable budget pathway. And the way to do that is I don't support increasing property tax. I think we can be creative, raising revenue, bringing small businesses, and also working with the port to find a way to increase revenue for the cities. We have issue around parks and recreations. This is a very small city, a small house, like I said. You have this airplane coming over your head every night, and you can get good sleep even, right? And if you leave your house to walk around, we don't have really good walkable environment. We don't have really good parks. And I think we need to invest on that. I want to work on that with you all, find a way that we can have good parks so that when people come from work and they want to go out and get fresh air, they can walk around, they can bike around. I look forward to working in that area as well. Second thing I want to mention is I'm a good listener. I think if you're a council member, you got to be a good listener. You got to listen to residents. There are a lot of issues, and you have to passionately listen to them, whether you agree or disagree with them, and be able to walk through and find a common ground and get things done. And I'm that person. I can make that happen. Let's say if I get appointed today, when I'm going to get back to home and start working on next step. And one of first step that I would do is increasing citizen engagement to city's government. Our government cannot function, city government cannot function if citizens do not get involved. So some of the way I want to do that is have very clear examples here how I can do that. Number one, I want to create a means to make sure that we have there are over 70 languages spoken in this town. And if you look at City of Ctac website, it's only English. My first step is we want to have more languages here on our city website. Is a beauty, so that people can go on city website and learn about issues, what city is doing, and find out how they can get involved. So I want to increase more communication through having diverse language on our city website. And number two, we have over 16 businesses are being displaced at Ctac Center. I know we have talked this a lot, but I want to engage that conversation. I want to continue that conversation and find a way. I can't imagine seeing a mom who came from Africa without nothing, build that business from scratch. Now that building need to be redeveloped, and she's going bare hand, like closing her business. I can't imagine that. So I want to create a means, conversation between all of you and I myself, and how we can address that issues. What's the best way moving forward? That's my next to-do list. And other quick thing I want to add here is also I mentioned about public safety early, and I want to also create a long-term physical sustainability. I know we have looking at current city budgets. It's good. I don't know how long that's going to last, but we want to look into 10 years from now, 20 years from now, 30 years from now. How we can do that? We want to make sure we create 22nd city center. I want to make Ctac is the best place to live, the best place to work, the best place to have family, and the best place to enjoy. I want to see Ctac to be that way. I want people when they go on vacation to Europe, they say, "I'm from Ctac. Ctac is really beautiful. It's the best place to live." I want people to have that conversation, not in America, in Europe. So I want to create that Ctac. Lastly, I can see 2 minutes. I have 2 minutes, which is good. So I will conclude this. I urge you to appoint me because I have a big vision for Ctac. I have a plan to make Ctac, like I said, the best place to live, work, have a family, and enjoy life. I have deep connection with the Ctac residents. I know rules and responsibilities of council members. I represent disenfranchised communities, my community, people of color, elders, seniors, workers, taxi drivers and Uber drivers, airport workers, so many communities. I represent this community. I'm bringing this community, their voices, their representation to City Council. I want to build a bridge, not a wall. I want to build a bridge between Ctac residents and city government. And with that, I urge you to appoint me, and I look forward to working with you and move Ctac forward. Thank you very much. I look forward to working with you all as a council member.
Thank you very much. Okay, any other questions or anything for Mr. Govena? No. All right, well, thank you very much for coming on a beautiful Saturday.
You're very welcome.
And we appreciate your time. So, Christina, I'll let you do the wrap-up.
All right, so real quick, to Kaylee. Since you have done your interview, you are welcome to stay for the last one, or you can go about your day, and I will be notifying all the applicants after a decision's made this afternoon.
I like cats.
We swam through like salmon upstream through this boat. So I followed Amina, which got me in here. Amina Ahmed, council members, have fun.
Good afternoon, council.
Good afternoon, Amina. Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
We dragged you in out of the beautiful sunny day.
Testing. Good.
So, the process this afternoon will go like this. We each have a question for you, so there'll be 6 total.
Sure.
And that should take between 10 and 15 minutes, and then that'll give us, another 5 or 10 minutes to wrap up. Have you tell us anything additionally about yourself that you would like us to know? You could ask us questions, or we may have some clarifying questions. You will not hear any new questions, just we might want to do a little follow-up on the questions we've asked.
Okay, thank you.
Okay? So, Councilmember Fernald gets to go first.
Good afternoon, Amina.
Good afternoon.
So, your first question is, please tell us why you submitted your application for the current opening on the SeaTac City Council.
Well, as you know, my name is Amina Ahmed, and I'm a resident of Ctac. I have lived in Ctac for the last 10 years. I am a property taxpayer, and I have been involved in this city for the longest period. I work in this city. I reside in this city, and at the same time I serve the community in this city, and that interests me to serve in the council, as well as I want to be part of the civic engagement within our community, and to be working with my local government in order to leverage funds that supports our community and also stabilize our community in regards to economic stability. I have effectively worked with city staff as well as city council on many community issues. On a personal note, both voicing and advocating for the betterment of our city and residents. My recent work has been mostly involved in public works and police department due to few constructions that have gone on within my neighborhood, as well as reinforcement of parking streets in issues that regards to abandoning of unused cars, as well as people parking overnight to catch the plane. So I've been very much involved regularly with the city.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I wrote the longest question, so please bear with me. It's kind of a two-parter. So regardless of the reasons that you wish to participate in public service as a council member, our task is to lead a city of 29,000 diverse individuals from many, many different backgrounds. And additionally, we craft and approve policy that supports and grows an enormous economy. How do you plan to be an effective leader to the entire city's individuals and businesses?
So your question is, how am I going to be an effective leader in this community, serving the 29 residents of Ctac? Currently, my work has involved around refugees and immigrants. I do run a business in Ctac. I do have 2 offices, and I run a non-profit business in the city. Not to say that I will not be able to serve the other 29, the other residents that are not refugees and immigrants. My interest in the city and joining the city council is actually to expand my knowledge and my privilege in serving refugees and immigrants, and be able to serve the other communities as well that reside within the city of Ctac. Effectively, as a leader, I do consider myself as a leader. I am a participant of many both advisory and communities, and I'll continue exercising my leadership. I do sit in government poverty reduction, which I was recently nominated by the Governor Inslee. I do serve, I've been just recently nominated at the Commission for King County. I do serve and twice nominated at the State Advisory Council to advise the governor on issues related to refugees and immigrants. I have always prioritized City of Ctac residents' needs while I am sitting at this table, and have voiced out for better services and for basic needs for our communities. And I will continue doing so and be a leader in my community to make sure that these needs are prioritized as we go about.
Thank you. We'll go to Councilmember Wachtell.
Good afternoon, Amina.
Hello.
You've said some of this earlier, but please feel free to go down the list. Please describe how you've been an active part of the city, including council meetings and citizens advisory committee meetings.
As I said, since 1999, I was involved with City of Ctac. I have been a regular attendant at these council meetings. Most of you know me, I think, if not. I have been working either indirectly or directly with City of Ctac staff, both in providing services to the community, as well as looking for funds that leverages the needs of the community. I have sat in many advisory and have served in many communities, including South King County Human Services. I just recently got an award on individual equity from South King County Human Services. I have received Emerging Leadership Award from Bank of America, leading the needs of these communities as well. I have only not worked with the City of Ctac in per se, but really to serve the City of Ctac community, I have worked with the neighboring cities as well, and I have brought people together, stakeholders to the table to address the needs of City of Ctac. So if I join, I know that serving as a council member is not only a ribbon cutting, but in reality it is serving the community. And not only will I be attending the Tuesdays meetings, but I will be involved in a community's meetings as well. And my priority is around economic stability. That has been my priority. That will continue to be my priority. So I plan to sit in one of those communities as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Hill.
Thank you. Hi, Amina. If you received a $1 million grant to use for the city any way that you wanted, what would you do with it and why?
Well, $1 million may seem a lot of money, but I'm not sure what currently. I know that there are a couple of priorities that the city is looking into. I believe in a healthy budget, and I believe a healthy budget do provides healthy staff as well as translates to healthy services. So my priority around the 1 million will be working with the council members in prioritizing the needs of the city, whether it's economic stability, whether it's housing, whether it's parks and recreation, whether it's maintaining our roads. I will make sure that 1 million is prioritized according to the needs of our community and the diversity of our community as well.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Forschler.
Hi, Amina.
Hi.
Okay, so everything that Ctac needs to accomplish depends on the city's economic health. What do you see as the best 2 or 3 opportunities for economic development in Ctac?
Again, as I said, creation of employment and creation of jobs is a priority for me, because I believe that when we create employment, we stabilize people in regards to housing and their basic needs as well. Housing is also a priority, and making sure that we do have affordable housing for our communities as well as our parks. It's very important. The other important issue for me is having the collaboration and the partnership with the port. They are our neighbors. Whether the port is not owned by the city of Ctac, I understand that, but at the same time is prioritizing that. The expansion of the light rail, that is an issue, and that is something that we need to, as a council, to be on top of, and to make sure that we are communicating what is happening at the project with our communities as well. The other thing that is a priority for me, and I see, is also not leaving our business owners behind. And a lot of people come to City of Ctac on a daily basis, commute here to do business, whether they live here or not, but they do come here, and that stabilizes some of our residents' economical needs. So those will be my priorities. At the same time, working with the council and on other issues that are on the table.
Thank you. And Councilmember Kwan.
Thank you. Hi, Amina.
Hi.
So I am looking for some specific examples. So can you provide some examples of how you have worked with the community or how you have worked with the city in cooperative ways to make Ctac better?
I've worked with the city in many, many ways. One of it was when we had the development of the mailboxes, which you led as a council member, and I did make sure that my neighborhood and my community are aware of that. The other thing is the parking and the pavement of our sidewalks is another issue, which many years I've been bringing to the attention of the city and was not taken care of, but recently has been taken care of. And my neighborhood, because we had water sitting on our streets and kids walking to school, and I brought those issues to the city. So those are ways that I've worked with the community. The other one is yesterday cleanup, whereby we partnered with the port, partnered with the city of Ctac to do a cleanup at the city center, and we did that yesterday. We engaged the community to do the cleanup, and we did a great work. And both the community, there was an interaction between the port staff as well as the city staff. The touring of Ctac, I know that many of you, your schedule did not allow you, but the past mayor, I took him for a tour. He did go and see the community. He talked to many communities. They raised their issues in regards to having put a stop sign at Military Road when we had that bad accident. So I have been involved in many ways. I run a non-profit, as I said here, and my priority is stabilization of and creation of employment. And I do also have read the quarterly newspaper that the city releases to really understand what are the priorities of the city, and then make sure that the community understands what are the priorities. So there are a lot of other ways that I have been involved and worked with the city. The quarterly funders meeting that I do attend, which is held actually in this room on a quarterly basis. The South King County Human Services that I go to. So there's a lot of ways that I'm involved with the residents.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, well, you made it through your 6 questions.
Thank you.
So now we have a little bit of time. Is there anything else that you would like to know, or you would like us to know about you? Or do you have any questions, and then I'll ask the council members if they have any follow-ups.
I think well, again, as I said, applying for this position, I totally understand that to be an effective leader, it's important to know your city, be knowledgeable, and have the ability, desire, and willingness to serve your diverse community as needed. Be ready to adapt your style to suit the community needs. I think for many years, that is my leadership, and I have strategized around creating employment for our community, around meeting their basic needs, and I will continue to be a leader and making sure that those are our priorities within the city.
Very good. Council members, any follow-up questions or clarifying questions for Amina? Fuzz is writing. You have anything? Okay, Pam? No? Okay. So then you get to ask questions of us if you have any.
No, I don't have any questions. I just want to say that I appreciate your time this afternoon, and I look forward, if nominated, to work with you to serve our community and to effectively serve the 29,000 community members that are here, and to maintain a healthy budget in order for us to maintain healthy services for our communities.
Great. Okay, thank you, Amina. Thanks for your time. Enjoy the sunshine.
Thank you.
Okay, so Amina.
Yeah, I'm going to let Christina do her wrap up.
You were the last interview. The council is now going to go into an executive session, and then they will come back out and make an appointment. You're welcome to wait around until that happens, but I will be contacting every candidate to let them know of the results after the decision's been made.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I mean, 30 minutes?
All right, so I'm going to recess our meeting at 2:38, and we will go into an executive session for 30 minutes. We will then return and reconvene and take action. Here, who needs to be here? Okay, we'll go ahead and reconvene our special council meeting at 3:34. Okay, I will now open up nominations for appointments of council member to position number 5. Rick.
Thank you. I would like to nominate Amina Ahmed.
Are there any, so Amina Ahmed is nominated. Are there any further nominations for this position? Okay. Okay, seeing none, we'll take, so Amina Ahmed has been nominated for position 5 of the SeaTac City Council. Any comments? Joel?
I support that nomination. Amina has been a long-time participant at the City Council. She's spoken out for the community, all communities. She has been a successful business person in the Ctac community. She has been appointed to a number of positions in governments to work with the community, and she has a track record of success. I think she'd be a wonderful addition to the council.
Councilmember Forschler.
Thank you. So we've commented many times in the past, the strengths of the council here is the fact that we have a diversity of different skill sets and talents and things that we have. We are lacking some skills, though, that I think Amina would complement us very well. We've relied on her advice in the past on things in the community, and I believe she'll bring something to the council that we haven't had.
Okay, Deputy Mayor Hill?
Going along same lines with Rick, as I mentioned in our interview processes to some of the applicants, each one of us do bring something unique, and I agree that Amina is an intelligent individual, well-connected network in the human services area, and is a very successful business owner. So I as well feel that she, among all the candidates, brought the most unique and diverse position to the council.
Councilmember Kwan?
Thanks. Amina actually has a track record already and experience on working on various community issues. And I have also personally worked with Amina over the last 2.5 years or so, and always very pleasant to work with, very knowledgeable, knows her knowledge of the human services industry alone is just a wealth of information. She also has a successful history of working with different organizations and different governments, different government entities as well. So there's a lot of collaborative efforts that is required for this position, and I feel she already has that. She also already knows the current issues, is familiar with the challenges that the city is experiencing right now and over the last years as well. But on top of that, she has a track record of working to solve some of these issues, which was something very important for me because I was looking for someone, obvious from my question earlier, I was looking for someone who has a track record of not just talking the talk, but walking the walk. So someone who has action, not just words. And Amina, by far, has a lot of action, demonstrated these actions over the years, and has a proven record of success and at improving the city of SeaTac. So this is also my choice. Thank you.
Councilmember Fernald.
You're ignoring me?
Absolutely not.
Oh, okay. So I agree with most of what everyone has said. I've known Amina since probably 2007 when she first took a community group on a tour of Rewa, where I really got my eyes opened. And Amina does do, as far as immigrants and refugees go, she's the best. She can work, she knows all the ins and outs and what to do. And because of her background, her just caring for the whole community. It transcends more than just immigrants and refugees. She will look out for the whole city and all the citizens. And as Peter just said, and I remember this when I was first on the council also, you did come here and you campaigned for the streets to be safer for the kids and all that. So, I mean, I've seen Amina over the years do all kinds of things. And as a citizen of Ctac or Burien, as a citizen, just a plain old citizen, I think Amina is what we need right now. So that's my take.
I echo everything that's been said about Amina. My one additional thought is that Amina has the heart of a servant. I have gotten to know her well through many, many, many years of living in Ctac, and I believe that anyone who calls Ctac home could count on Amina's help. So I will just say that I appreciate the work and effort that everybody who applied, all that going into it. It's not an easy decision to run, well, I should say request nomination. And I do appreciate everybody who put themselves out there. So, are there any further nominations? Okay, so I will now close the nominations for Council Position 5, and I will ask for a council vote. All those in favor of Amina Ahmed as council member for position number 5, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say nay. The ayes have it, and Amina Ahmed is appointed as council member for position number 5. The swearing in of Councilmember Ahmed will occur at the October 23rd, 2018 regular council meeting. And with that, Christina, are we good?
We're good. Just adjourn and we're done.
All right. So with that, I will adjourn our special council meeting, and thank you everybody for coming out.